Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the What's New in Brussels 2022 seminar, which we start with a session on inclusive mobility, multi-layered expectations, multi-level support. Inclusion is undoubtedly one of the top program and policy priorities in higher education at the European level. It is, for example, one of the horizontal priorities of the Erasmus Plus program, the current generation, permeating all key actions of the program, as well as many of the funded activities within, the overarching aim being that of increasing participation of underrepresented groups or of people with fewer opportunities as they are currently defined within the program. We discuss about inclusion, for example, as we've heard yesterday as well, in the context of the European Universities Alliances, where the current enlargement strategy put forward by the European Commission has been presented as a move to support inclusiveness of alliances in an excellence-driven paradigm. We also target newcomer organizations through actions such as the small-scale partnerships. And last but not least, within Key Action 1, we give specific attention through the program, again, to making mobility opportunities more inclusive for both mobilities within program as well as partner countries. Also, of course, at policy level, we've seen references to inclusion prominently coming up in the European strategy for universities that places inclusion along excellence as a distinctive feature of the European higher education space. And although somehow surprisingly not mentioned in the European strategy, in April 2021, so last year already, the European Commission also launched a document that is called the Inclusion and Diversity Strategy for Erasmus Plus and the European Solidarity Corps, which tries to provide an enabling framework for widening participation in the two programs. At ACA, of course, there's a network of national level funding organizations, and many of them, the national agencies for the Erasmus Plus program. Inclusion is a central topic for several years now as well. We've done work in this area, and we've had, amongst others, also a prominent series of thought pieces on inclusion that we started last year, and that we're going to wrap up next week, in fact, with a final piece on this topic. Well, as multiple studies also speak about the importance of multi-layered and multi-level approaches to foster inclusion, and particularly for inclusive mobility, in this session this morning, we actually bring together different voices and actors to create an overview of different roles and actions taken at different levels, providing this bird's-eye view, and also reflecting towards the end of our session on the fitness for purpose, for example, of inclusion-related tools within existing programs and policies. You only see me now for the moment on the screen, but I'm actually joined in the session by 3 other colleagues. 3 speakers, 2 of them on site here in the Brussels studio, and 1 of them joining us online. And I would like to start by introducing actually the colleague that is connecting online this morning, Lucy Prochaskova, who joins us from Brno, Czech Republic, where she's working as senior lecturer for the Institute for Research in Inclusive Education within the Faculty of Education at Masaryk University. Lucy is not only passionate, but also extremely knowledgeable about widening inclusion and educational activities in general, but also within the context of international cooperation, as she coordinates, amongst others, student mobilities within the faculty. Nice to see you, Lucy, joining us online. And here in the Brussels studio, good morning. In the Brussels studio, I have to my far right Olivier Chop, who is director of the Swiss National Agency for Exchange and Mobility, Movetia. A NACA member as well, and a sister organization of the Erasmus Plus national agencies within the program. Olivier has been directing Movetia since 2017 and is known with us also internally as a big change maker and an agent of change. Last but not least, we have here next to me, to my right, and for sure the youngest voice in the panel today, Juan Rayon Gonzalez, who is the president of the Erasmus Student Network, or ESN in short. Impressive biography as well. Amongst others, Juan has been also the president of ESN Spain. And importantly, I think for our conversation this morning, has also served as the liaison officer for inclusive mobility within the ESN network prior to taking up the presidency. Juan, nice to see you on site again as well. For those of you that might remember an earlier version of the program, we were supposed to have with us this morning also Professor Christoph van Mol from Tilburg University in the Netherlands, who is one of the most prominent scholars in international student mobility at the moment. Unfortunately, due to some personal developments, a last minute, he couldn't join us for today, but we'll do our best to make up for his absence and have an interesting conversation nonetheless. We've structured the session by starting with a series of short presentations by Juan, by Lucy, and by Olivier. And then we're going to turn to you in the audience for collecting your thoughts and for having a broader discussion. So warm encouragement from the start to start already posting your comments, your questions on the platform. Right, so now we get to the first presentation, and for once we start with the students one. We often leave you at the end. Today we thought of giving you the floor at the beginning to map out the needs and expectations of students when it comes to inclusive mobility, and then we'll do a reality check with Lucie and Olivier to see to what extent their actions are meeting these expectations. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Irene. It's a great pleasure to be here also with Oliver and Lucy. And good morning, everybody. I'm going to be talking a bit about inclusive mobility, which is a crucial topic for the Erasmus Student Network. A few months ago, in the previous ACA event, I say that in ESN we have two key policy goals: more mobility, better mobility, and those goals are not achievable without real inclusive mobility. For the last program cycle, ESN has been working a lot in the field of inclusive mobility. We'll continue to work a lot in this program cycle, and we have indeed separated our work in the field of disability and also fewer opportunities with a broader understanding of barriers to mobility. I'm going to be talking mainly about fewer opportunities today at large, but of course, in the questions or in the follow-up, we can discuss a bit more about disability, where we have had very interesting projects with the colleagues in SICO. We are currently finalizing the SIM project, in which we try to provide more opportunities in life for young people from disadvantaged backgrounds by increasing their participation in the Erasmus Plus program, with those three key objectives of widening participation, increasing interaction between locals and internationals, and in general making the program more inclusive. And let's start talking a bit about the barriers to mobility that we have identified in our research, not only in the SIM project, but in general, through our ESN surveys and through our work with students. The first categorization that I want to make is this one: the three barrier types that we identified in our SIM research report: institutional barriers, environmental barriers, and attitudinal barriers. This is an exercise that any higher education institution can make with their student body to understand how these barriers apply to their context. When we talk about institutional barriers, we are referring to those that are related to the programs that can be connected to funding, to the structure of the program, to administration, etc. And then when we talk about the environmental, we talk about those societal factors that can also influence participation in mobility. And lastly, the attitudinal barriers, those internalized barriers that can make students decide not to go on mobility. Very important, these three barriers interact between themselves and are indeed connected with the different types of fewer opportunities. Let's start with a very hot topic, I would say: mobility duration. What do students think? When we ask both mobile and non-mobile students with fewer opportunities, which kind of mobility would they like to undertake, you can see that they mostly say that they would like to go on longer mobilities. But here's the very interesting policy takeaway: non-mobile students also say that they could consider going on mobility for shorter periods. I think that what we need to understand here is that it's not that we need to make mobility shorter, it's that we need to increase the range of opportunities that we offer to students to make them more appealing for more people. But then when we talk about barriers to mobility, it's always going to come back to a very difficult topic: funding. And funding doesn't only refer to quantity, but also to timing. 82% of students from our SIM survey reported advancing initial costs to be a barrier to participate in mobility. And this is something that we really need to take into account when we talk about improving participation of students with fewer opportunities. Here you can see the whole categorization. As you can see in the beginning, we have financial barriers like the advancing costs that we saw before, the loss of income, which should also make us think about the possibility of combining internships and studies, mobility for studies, about exploring different ways to better support students during their mobilities. But then we also see some other personal barriers, some administrative barriers like the extension of the degree program, etc. And now let's consider this very interesting finding that relates to the one I presented before. Almost 27% of respondents to the ESN survey 2021 reported receiving their grants more than 1 month after arrival. And of course, this for a student who comes from a decent, let's say, economic background can be totally fine. But for certain students, that can be a barrier that can totally hamper their participation in a mobility program. And indeed, financial barriers should be understood in connection with the general administrative challenges that students face. Now, probably one of the most interesting parts of our findings, which is the blocking factors for non-mobile students. We see the top of mind, the very first thing, it's indeed insufficient funding, but there are also many other elements that should be considered. For instance, the lack of flexibility that the students perceive in their degree programs, and I think this relates to many discussions about the European degree, about how we can make, in general, programs more internationalized. But there are also some things like the concerns about impact on their academic achievement or the lack of knowledge of the opportunities to go abroad. And now, every time I come to an ACA event, I like to leave some thought-provoking proposals because I think this is the right place to do that. So what I would like to kind of leave here is the idea of considering an overhaul of the scholarship system in Erasmus Plus. It's already acknowledged in the Erasmus regulation that pre-financing can be a possibility. In my opinion, it should become the norm for students with fewer opportunities. This pre-financing with increased funding for expensive destinations. Why? Because otherwise, we're going to force students with fewer opportunities to choose certain destinations only because of their profile. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. And we can see that the regulation already acknowledges that room for maneuver for national agencies to adjust grant levels to match the needs of students. Now, support is a key part of this. We have there the information about available funding, support with the application process, and help with choosing a host university as the points of information that the students believe are most valuable to make their decision to go abroad. And another very interesting and recent finding, what we see in ESN a lot is that financial clarity is something that students need to make their decisions. And one of the key elements of the new program is indeed a renewed top-up system, which I believe is fantastic, by the way. But when we ask students about the money they receive, we see that more than 12% do not even know whether they are receiving a top-up or not. And many others do not really understand which kind of top-ups they are receiving if they receive one. And I believe this shows that we need to focus more on financial clarity, transparency for students that can also help them to become those multipliers and reach out to others, explaining how they can easily go on mobility if they follow certain processes. So indeed, those whole institutional approaches to make mobility more embedded in the curriculum, to really support students to make those decisions, this idea of outlining academic achievement and a targeted explanation of the competence development that students will undergo if they go on mobility, and exploring better those synergies that have been part of the program for a long time now. Now, let's very fast go to the costs that students have. 67% of students reported a monthly living cost over 500 euros. Just a reminder for people that the average grant is 370, so indeed not enough. With the top-ups, it could be compensated. And that 80% of students indicate that they would need more than 50, not, that 80%, sorry, of their needs being supported, right? And then 59% receive less than 50% financial support. Now, when it comes to the comparison between financial support offer and financial support needed, what we see when we make this division between different types of fewer opportunities is that students with fewer opportunities indicated that they needed 75% of their mobility costs covered, and that intersectionality has a big influence. It's a bit small, but I think you can see there that, for instance, ethnic minority respondents from a low income background would need up to 77%. So this is once again a proof of how important it is to target that support. And now, one of the most interesting findings that we have, I believe, because we can all agree on the importance of the role of multipliers, how we can activate students and alumni to support others. And I'm very happy to see that actually students do tell us that they would be happy to have this multiplier effect. They feel that they would like to engage with others. But then when we ask them about the support and the encouragement that they receive from the higher education institutions, they don't really perceive that universities are encouraging them that much. And I believe that as we look for different ways to improve policies related to inclusive mobility, this is a key takeaway, that we can all innovate a bit more, look for new opportunities, new collaborations to really turn students into multipliers. Because by doing that, we are also improving the societal impact of mobility, of the Erasmus Plus program, but of mobility in general. And I think that also the Erasmus Plus regulation brings us the perfect opportunity to do that, because we have a mention to the Inclusion Action Plan, which I think is one of the most important innovations of the program, and also this direct mention to alumni. And I believe that what we should do at the national and at the local level is to turn alumni and stakeholders into our biggest allies, to give them a seat on the table, to discuss with them, to co-create when possible, because that's going to make them feel empowered. That's going to increase the interest in the Erasmus Plus program, and that can make a huge difference. And just to finalize with the recommendations, we propose 9 recommendations that we can further discuss later. That idea of financial clarity and an streamlined process, mobility promotion from an early age, this is super important in order to counter the importance of the educational background, synergies between EU programs. This is something that I think some agencies have been already analyzed in the past, but a bigger relevance for the European Social Fund and other sources of funding. Our new scholarship system, national policy making, we see a difference there as well whenever countries get involved, creating that culture of mobility using internationalization policies in general, the idea of academic attainment, developing strategies with targets, super important, and lastly, that targeted peer-to-peer promotion involving alumni. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take too long.
No, that was perfect and fascinating one, as always. Fascinating results to bring to the discussion we have today. Many things popped to my mind from what you said, and one of the things I think that's it's highly relevant and most difficult to tackle are these attitudinal barriers that you mentioned. We're going to come back to the role of communication and adapted promotion later on into the panel. But I think of all the different barriers, those are the ones that take longer to address and actually change. Not that the others are necessarily easy. Now, though, it's time to turn the attention to Luzi and to the practice of Maastricht University. And what I want to say before handing over the floor to Lucy is that one of the typical barriers, I think, when we talk about inclusion or widening inclusion at institutional level, it's this need to overcome the silos, as we often call them a bit emphatically, between the different services and offices of the university that need to work together to support more inclusive international cooperation and mobility. And I think we'll see through Lucy's presentation how Maastricht University has found a way to have a very successful cooperation and long-lasting cooperation between these different offices in supporting inclusive mobility. Lucy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I agree with a lot of things that Juan said. Juan, I always thought I'm speaking fast, but comparing to you. So I called my presentation Support of Inclusive Mobility at Maastricht University, and I will talk about the target group. I will talk about support centers, the possibilities, and what are our experiences, what are the things that works. When talking about inclusive mobility, when I was asked to talk about inclusive mobility now and in the time before, I was thinking about who I'm talking about or who is it. Um, we talk about students who have difficulties to travel, to study abroad. And we mainly speak about students with special needs. That means students with disabilities. We talk about, we use the word disadvantages too. We talk about students with socio-economic background, but we also speak sometimes about, or we need to focus on other students like working students, students with families, and all these target groups who are mentioned. These are people or students who are not here included, but we have to include them because we are used that our students are traveling our so-called students without disabilities or without disadvantages, but we really want all the students have the possibility to travel, even students who have to work, who have the family, but they say now we can't because I have to work, I can't leave my work, I can't leave my family, I have some difficulties. So these are also students that has to be included, and they have problem to go for one semester abroad with from many reasons. There are many reasons why they can't go to study abroad. But we mainly focus on students with special needs, or I would like to focus on students with special needs because this is the target group we focus more on. In the Czech Republic, we have support centers. These support centers are at every university to support students with special needs. At Masaryk University in Brno, the university I'm working at, we have the support center called Teresias. It's a support center for students with special needs. Teresias has been supporting the students and teachers since 2000. And this is also necessary to say they are here for students and also for us, for teachers, for all employees of Masaryk University, and also for incoming students or staff, also for teachers. The target group at the beginning were students with hearing impairment, visual impairment, and physical disability. But during the time, it changed, and now the group is more brighter. It's wider, and we also include students with learning difficulties. We have students with Asperger's syndrome. We have students with mental health conditions, chronic diseases, and so on. So all these students are our students who are supported by Teresias. And all these students we would like to motivate to go to study abroad because there is the possibility and it's useful, it's a benefit for them. So the main goal of Teresias of all these support centers is to provide maximum accessibility, to provide information, but also to provide support. There is a huge number of services and things they do. What they do is first, maybe I should say a study guidance. They really guide the students from the beginning, so before entering the university, so already in the process of applying, but they guide the student through the whole study process with counseling and with methodological support. What they offer is, for example, interpreting and speech-to-text recording, modifications of study materials and tests. This is support for us, for teachers as well, very huge support. Publishing in Braille. They have a huge library, digital university library. They offer personal assistance or to check the universities, the rooms, the sport rooms, the dining rooms, if they are accessible also for students with physical disability. They are also an educational center, so they offer courses that supplement or substitute regular courses, for example, language courses, one-to-one courses, or computer, or anything else, mathematics, everything our students need when they need more support, when they need individual support. This is something the people from Teresias offer. At the left side of my slide, you can see a screen on the website of Teresias. There is a video where the colleagues introduce their offer, what they offer, how it works. It is in English, it is with subtitles, and always with interpretation into the sign language. So this is always what they try to do. Uh, what works? Um, I could talk for hours about different examples, about different students and situations. But first, I want to say individual support of every student and help for teachers. This is something we really need. So us as teachers or Erasmus coordinators, we receive information from Teresias about students with special needs because the students are in touch with Teresias. They need to be active. They need to say, I need this kind of support. And they tell us, you will have in a course this student. The students need this kind of support. And please adapt it, make adjustments. we can help you as Theresias for teachers. This is an important information for me to know it. It's not sampling. It's not, it is not these students is this kind. It's in information in background. I need to know if there are some difficulties. Sometimes the students are not in touch with Theresias, and it is up to us if we look empathetic and the students come to us and say, I have this kind of problem, I have these difficulties, I need this kind of support. But individual support of every student is very important because every student needs something else. And this is what is important. Some students need financial support. They really need additional money for personal assistance. They can provide on their own. They can find someone, but they need the money to study or to study abroad. We are also speaking about the students who really would like to go and study abroad. They need more support. They need more money. Absolutely. Some people need support in filling documents, in enrolling, in finding the proper courses. So every student needs something else. What works is good cooperation with partner universities based on personal contact and based on personal experience. This is something we really need to do. An email contact is not enough. We are in touch, we are regular in touch. We write emails, we can make phone calls. Now in distant learnings, we can be online, but this is not enough. Online with camera is a little bit better than only emails, but to go there, to see each other, to meet each other in person is really very helpful. I can say years ago, we started a bigger cooperation, for example, with the university in Germany, in Würzburg. Our students usually want to go to Scandinavian country or to countries that have sea, because we don't have it. But also other universities are very interesting. And after I started to go to Germany, meeting the colleagues in Germany, the teachers, and also meeting the students, I think it helped because they saw me, they saw this is Lucy, this is a person who will be there when I need help, when I need information. And this is also someone who speaks my language because I was talking to them in their German. So I think that this helped too. And also this peer support, also the students come back and speak with their students. They say, Brno is not that bad. It's actually huge. It's actually excellent. It was amazing there. So this is also something we need. But these personal contact and personal experience. Personal experience mean also when I talk to students, not only as Erasmus coordinator, but also as teacher, even my colleagues during our lectures, we mention examples from abroad, examples from our experience, and we talk about the universities, the situation. So we don't tell only about these organizational information because the international office is for this information there. But we talk about personal experience. How is the university? How are the teachers? How looks the city like? What course is good because the teacher is like this, because there is this kind of cooperation or connection. This is something we tell them. And when you say it with, with emotions, with passion, and the students really know what we are talking about, I think this is also a huge help. And for me, it is a huge help when I know what I'm talking about. Not like this is something what I found on the website, but this is something I experienced there. The next point, we need cooperation with all relevant institutions. It's not only us. We need a cooperation with support centers, with something like Theresias, like the support center we have at Masaryk University. We need a good cooperation with international office, with all the other institutions who are involved. This is very important. And also to have specific person there, not, this mail like office or info or something like this, but there is a specific person who helps me with the new contract, with enrollment, with financial support, and the students have a specific person, not one person for everything, but a specific person who helps with everything. And also on our side, there is a specific person who helps, or I can follow them, I can guide them, or give them other name and say this is not my point, this is the point of someone else. This is also very important, this kind of cooperation. Financial support, additional financial support like scholarship, it is very important. Juan was talking about it. It is very important because the regular scholarship, it is not enough for the students. To live, study abroad is really expensive, and we want the students to experience the country, the life, to live there, not only to go to the university, to go to lecture, and then to hide somewhere. They need to live there. They want to and need to experience the life, the culture, the language, how it is to live there. And this is important, and they need money for them. And students with special needs, they need a little bit more money, a little bit. I say a little bit, but they need more money for traveling, for guidance, for assistance, for support services. It is really important there. And what we also like to have are shorter stays, possibility for shorter stay, because some of our students can't go for 1 term or 2 terms. Some really want to travel a lot, but some students can't go and they say, I would go there 1 month, 2 weeks. That would be great. I would love to go, but it is not possible for us. So now the situation, we were offered with a shorter stay, and it stays, and it would be something we really welcome for the students. Thank you very much. Děkuji.
Of course. And I think what really came through your presentation was the centrality of this very individualized and tailor-made support to the student and to the student needs. And sitting here next to Juan, I've seen him nod quite a lot during your presentation, and rightly so, because many of the findings I think that he presented to us at the beginning of the session were illustrated by concrete examples through your experience and the experience of colleagues at Maastricht University. So I think we have ample ground for an interesting discussion afterwards, but now it's time to give the floor briefly also to Olivier, who comes with a case study of a national agency that is not yet implementing, we hope, the Erasmus Plus program, but will soon do so, but for which inclusive mobility is also a priority and widening participation more broadly. So we're interested to hear a bit about the Swiss perspective and how that compares to the approach we see in Erasmus at the moment. Olivier.
Good morning. You said justly that Switzerland is not be part of this brilliant and great European network. Not again. I'm still optimistic for the future that we join this network and this vision of mobility and cooperation in our continent, Europe. My perspective, I'm very interested by the speakers and the keynote speaks from Lucy and Juan, because I think that we're very complementary. I would like to try to highlight at the level of an agency what is the target, what are the challenge we have to deal with this perspective. And it's important because when Switzerland leave the program for other reason in 2014, in the debate after in the parliament or the public opinion, the question of inclusion was there. For example, the image of Erasmus to be a program for elite, for advantaged socio-economic background students, and we have to tackle with this vision and to say no, it's a vision that's broader, that covers all the field of education, and inclusion is one challenge we have to succeed, to convince public opinion, politics to join Erasmus in Switzerland. So the link is done. Swiss European Mobility Program, that's the program we lead. First of all, Movesia is a global agency, so we cover all the fields of education, inclusive fields, important for the following argumentation of explanation of what we are doing in the field of inclusion. And the Swiss program is a copy-paste of the Erasmus. Copy-paste, like you know, Switzerland likes the discretion in every field. I would say I would light, and but right, it runs, but with the difficulty, the burden we know about the non-connection to Erasmus. The mandate is given by the ministry, and in a 4-year strategy, we have a focus on the same mega trends. I would like to express that Erasmus, the digitalization, the sustainable development also, and the equal opportunities. And the question of less or more mobile and why, and what we have to do to improve the situation in Switzerland. And the equal opportunity has to tackle also with the incoming mobility. Incoming mobility is a focus important because the cost of living, you know, in Switzerland are high. So we have to be to give a great attention to this incoming mobility in Switzerland. First of all, the start is a vision, a strong political vision. And the vision we have, very ambitious, very far for this vision, even the pandemic situation. In the course of their education and training, or in the transition to working life, Swiss young people take part at least once in a longer term exchange or mobility activity, national or international. So national is, we have to succeed in an Erasmus country, national, but you know, it's easier to convince sometimes young people to travel abroad than to cross the linguistic border in Switzerland. So that's the challenge we have also. So the vision is very important because in the vision you read the inclusion, and it starts earlier. For me, it's important that it's not start at the higher education institution. It starts earlier. We have to plan a vision that begins from 4 years till 30 years old, and the vision is our guidance to the measure we take to improve the situation in Switzerland. Next to the vision, we have the objectives, the goals, and I would like to underline the second goal we have, which is important after the vision, is to anchor in education in study plan mobility. So you have this impression in Switzerland, mobility or exchange, it's something that you make still summer holidays or when we have time. It's not in the mindset that you have to plan mobility exchange during the study, during the school, during the vet training, during the university course. It's important that we are aiming for a cultural shift, and the encourage in study plan of mobility cooperation is very important. So we succeed with this vision and this goal in order to ameliorate and to improve the situation in Switzerland. So at the level of agency, we have a very dynamic and creative sector, the youth sector. You know, the creativity comes often from the informal sector. Okay? They don't reflect always in a box like school education or university. And they are, since 21, a strategy to adapt the services and offerings to inclusion in the shaping of the programs, to support the beneficiary organization in the design of inclusive project, and to collect, contact, network, and relevant actions. So we build on a transversal working group into the agency to link the reflection they have in each sector and to build on a strategy for the agency. So the dialogue, the communication inside the agency is very important to identify the good idea, the good practice, and to permit also higher education to beneficie of this idea. Higher education, the same mobility, two examples of measure, the addition funding for individuals and disabilities, for example, and a strong stakeholder collaboration, like you stress, Juan, in your presentation. That's very important to be linked to these services, offices in universities or in the state administration, with three goals: to align target groups with Erasmus definition. We want to be linked, to be not far from this European system, to broaden inclusive mobility opportunities, support for students and staff. Okay, that's normal. And the third is to share information, participate in initiative, inclusive mobility. All the working group you have, for example, in ACA, very active in this dimension. at the end, for a conclusion, it's more a style exercise, a vision that we have about inclusion, mobility cooperation, and internationalization at home. Internationalization reframe, that's we have to tackle inclusion in a global vision of what we are doing for our programs, and we have to shape mobility program in the direction objective to be more inclusive. And in this field, the internationalization at home is being more relevant. We think it's not the way that people can travel and others travel, or poor can travel, or economic advantage background student they can travel. That's not the idea, but I think that's a direction we can tackle to improve the situation with inclusion, and to make perhaps some target groups more mobile in this vision. So that's the last slide. And that was the vision and I see that the perspective and the complementarity with what Juan and Lucy says at different levels seems that we are aiming for the same target, but at perhaps different levels. I'm more in the cloud. I mean that in the ground for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Olivier, as well. And I think now reflecting on your three presentations together, there were many common red threads, but I think one of them was definitely also this idea of starting early with the promotion of mobility in general. I think that's a message we've been talking about for some years, but particularly for the promotion of mobility opportunities for students with fewer opportunities. And you've mentioned extensively also the youth sector that has been an inspiration for your work in Switzerland, but I think also at a European level, right? The inspiration also for the strategy for inclusion and diversity actually comes from the youth sector, where through the Salto offices and so on, the experiences has been there for longer. There we go.
Yes. Yeah. So one of the things, even when I started to get involved in the field, was one of the first things that I thought. You mentioned before the importance of breaking the silos. The biggest silo we have in Erasmus is precisely between youth and formal education, like informal, non-formal. That's a tremendous challenge that we need to overcome, because it's a reality that in many cases stakeholders do not work together.
Mm-hmm.
They sometimes, I would go as far to say that they kind of avoid each other because they believe they are competing. And that's a pity, because what we need is that approach, right? In which we say, okay, so it's about lifelong learning. Therefore, I'm going to start working early. I'm going to approach this process from different angles, looking for different for similar solutions, because many times it's possible to do that. And I believe that the examples that Oliver explained so well really pave the way for many of the things that we can do across Europe, right?
Yeah.
Because first of all, we need a common approach at the European level, but we need to go to the ground. And this also involves organizations like mine, working with stakeholders, working with in different fields. With the school education sector has a key role to play. I believe that that's one of the most important things that we can do in the next few years.
Indeed, and I was about to ask you, how do we do that? And then it occurred to me that indeed, basing on the example of Olivier as well, the national agencies, indeed, specifically those that work cross-sectorally, so not only in higher education, also have the right setting in place for addressing, this more working together and collaboration. We have already a couple of questions from the audience. One is a very specific one for you, Olivier, and I'll start with that before I open up for a wider discussion and pick up on the other question. And I think you're going to like this question. It's about SEMP, and it's about whether there's any hope that Switzerland will be an Erasmus member country in the future. And I think, myself and Juan have things to add to that as well. But maybe what's the wish of the Swiss higher education sector, if you can comment briefly.
Joker. No, the wish is okay. At the moment, we live in a critical situation, a political issue, political situation. I can express the obstacles or the difficulties we have, but I'm still optimistic that we join. And at the moment, we strive to stay very far from the framework, European framework. That's the goal, to know the moment, the way we have to join the program, so we could be ready, very quick, ready to join as an agency, as a framework programs, European. It's a question of time. meaning. I answer like a political, perhaps, but I'm still optimistic, and I'm still optimistic that Europe and Switzerland, they will find a way for research also, not only for education. It's important to join, but at the level of agency, we see all the chances we have to join and to be part of this Erasmus Plus program.
And I think there's great support, right? Also from the European higher education sector more broadly, and that's what we've seen for the start of these renegotiations for reassociation to both programs, as you were saying, Olivier. So both Erasmus Plus and Horizon Europe. And I think Juan, also ESN was part of a recent campaign to drive this message forward.
Yes, very fast. Indeed, ESN also together with ESU and with
Mhm.
basically all the stakeholders in coming from the student field, it clearly expressed the importance of Switzerland coming back to the program. ESN Switzerland is a very strong member. I was very happy indeed to see the mention. Thank you for that, Oliver. But we believe it's super important, right?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about personal connections. We're talking about people-to-people contact really making a difference, right? So actually, if we want to improve EU-Swiss relationship, probably the most critical thing we can do is to bring Switzerland to the program, and I really hope they will help.
Yeah. And it's a matter of quality, right? Also of collaboration and excellence. So Fabien, I hope we've answered your question. And now we go to a question from Piet van Hoof, who was the one to actually break the ice in terms of the question for our session today. So thank you, Piet, for that. And Piet is making a point that I think was made by several of you as well in your interventions, that in terms of inclusion, the biggest challenge is to mobilize those students that are not even considering to be mobile, that basically don't think mobility is even for them. And that could actually make the biggest change from a personal and professional perspective for these types of students. And Pete is asking, what could we do more for this? And of course, we need to remove obstacles, as Pete says as well. But what could be done more? And I think that gets us actually to a point we wanted to address anyhow in the panel today, and that is about the attitudinal barriers again, and that is about the importance and value of tailor-made promotion and communication. So quite often we speak, I think, whenever we talk about the inclusion, about the importance of adapting our key messages to the diversity of target groups, and we speak about ambassadors, as you were making the point, Juan, as well, of using the right ambassadors in this context. So coming back now to Pete's question, what can we do more or differently? Would be interesting, I think, to hear from all of you some concrete examples. And maybe we turn actually to Lucy with some real life examples of how this is maybe done at Maastricht University. So how is the communication adapted, and how are these technically really and literally, how are these opportunities promoted for these students?
Thank you. This is something we are always thinking about it, how to motivate, include other students, because we want the more students are out traveling. And one point is information. Information. They can find the information on the website of International Office and from of our department. But we think this is not enough. We need to talk about it. We need to bring examples. We need to bring people, for example, to the lectures, to the workshops, to see each other and to speak about it, about their experience. This is something I perceive as very important, and this is something in my position, because I'm not in the position of management, I'm in the position of a teacher and of an Erasmus coordinator. This is something I can do, and I do, and I think that would help me when someone is talking about experience, and I would say, this is interesting. And this is something I always perceive when I speak about special needs, about studying abroad, about traveling. And I speak about the barriers, about the obstacles. And I speak about how to lose the problems, how to make adjustments. And I say, there was a blind student who go to study abroad, and we did for the student this or that. And I think the students are start thinking about it and say, when it was possible for him or for her, it could be possible for me. And I always say, ask question. There is a support. There are possibilities for everyone. Students are afraid because of language. That is why we offer workshops in other languages, and we always say, this is not a language course. This is a possibility to try it, because some of the students only don't have the possibility to speak in another language. And then they try and say, it's not that bad. Maybe I could go abroad to study abroad. And last term, for example, I offered a workshop about experience of with studying or working abroad. And I said to my students, is it for those who have experience, but also for those who don't have any? Just come, join us. Maybe you will get an inspiration. And there were really students who said, I don't know, I'm afraid, I never thought about it. And after this workshop, they said, well, I started thinking about it, because everything what I heard is so interesting and so amazing. And I could understand the people and I could talk to them in English. So I think all these, also this peer support, to meet the students who have been somewhere and who are talking about the possibilities, this could also help, this kind of, personal experience, peer support, and motivation. It is possible, and adjustments are possible. This shouldn't be a barrier.
Lucy, very, very insightful and inspiring indeed. And maybe turning to Juan now for some further reflections as well, who again was nodding throughout your
I think this
speech.
is the most important part of the conversation. Thanks so much to Pete for the question. So I'm going to be 100% clear. The thing that we need to do is to go to the ground. We need to go to the ground. We cannot be reactive, because in the era that we live in, which we have an excess of information, even beautiful videos and beautiful web page do not work anymore in the same way that they used to do. So we need to interact directly with the people. ESN for 10 years has been implementing Erasmus in schools, which is exactly what it sounds like, going to schools with Erasmus students and alumni and trying to do these things of targeted information, targeted support, and making this exercise that we did before with the barriers with students. I remember in 2018, when I was coordinator for the program in ESN Spain, I started to do that myself. I had the opportunity to go through different cities in Spain doing it. And I was so surprised, because for me, Erasmus was something completely normal. But many of the students had no clue. And they really believed that it was not for them. So when we see the mobility scoreboard of the European higher education area, we can see which countries have national strategy of mobility promotion, have involvement of multipliers. It would be very good to have all the countries in the European higher education area having these strategies, because that's absolutely key. And I want to reflect about something that Oliver said, the idea of internationalization at home being a transversal concept. And this goes beyond the higher education institution. I believe that for this, the alliances are key, but not only the alliances. Universities have a social role to play that goes beyond the walls of the university. And it's about interacting with different local stakeholders, be it sport clubs, being the municipality, youth workers, etc., and really trying to have these local groups of stakeholders involved in mobility, saying, okay, what else can we do together to make mobility relevant in our municipality? Can we do maybe local first? Can we talk with sport clubs? Can we talk with the people who work directly with these young people with fewer opportunities? I've seen so many great practices about this, and I believe that what we need is to continue exploring them. And we have more tools now with the Erasmus Plus program.
Very interesting input, Juan, as well, about, you stressed very interestingly this link between what we call also internationalization of higher education for society and inclusion, because I think for a long time also in international cooperation, right, we've been focusing on the integration of incoming students, and we haven't looked so much as we do currently, and I think that's a wonderful development, at the diversity of the student body we have already at home. Yeah, it's implicit in this concept of internationalization at home, but also the link with society and with the local community, and capitalizing on their input and needs at the same time. Olivier, from a national agency perspective, how do we get to the ground?
We leave the cloud.
Yes.
Now, very briefly, the tailor-made information is important to speak in an easy language to the target groups, because you straight the website information, the portfolio, the Leporello, the documents we have. We deliver a lot of information, but perhaps this information is broad, targeting and not specific for these less mobile groups. And information to go to the ground is very important. So we have to support institution, university. We don't do this job as an agency directly, but to have support this institution. We are launching in Switzerland a national communication campaign also for all, which covers all the sector. Also, that's at our level, that what we can do. Sure, the funding is important because I see the figure you show. It's interesting to see that. I'm sure that for some groups it's difficult to allow themselves to be mobile because the background, the cultural background, the socioeconomic background is difficult, and to show perhaps more have the impression sometimes that our program is more in a humanistic vision and to show the skills of the future. So what is important for your CV, what is important for your economic future, you should concrete to this person that it's not only humanistic and connection and travel vision, but you gain something concrete in your career, in your study. And for me, it's important to showcase this dimension.
Yeah, and I think that leads to another discussion we're having, right, about changing the overall way in which we promote mobility, not as the promotion of activity itself, but focusing on what the mobility actually brings for the mobile students, and particularly for the students from groups of fewer opportunities. And I was reflecting also a little bit on our own work within ACA, because we're a network of national agencies as well. And as you were saying, Olivier, national agencies generally have a supportive role to play. But what we actually do through one of our internal groups that is on inclusion is facilitating this exchange of practice and of experiences on the roles that national agencies play within their respective context, working with higher education institutions that are actually working with the students on the ground. We have a few minutes left in the session, so maybe a final round of final words. We don't have any more questions from the audience, but as we're now 1 year into the Erasmus Plus program, the current generation, and we're making experiences, we're testing some of these innovations that were brought forward by the program in the area of inclusion. So several new things have been put into place. I was wondering if you have any sort of specific wish for the future of this program, or what you would like to see. And of course, Juan, you've already put forward a number of ideas. Perhaps you've saved a very good one for last. We'll hear. Let's maybe give the floor to you first, and then to Lucy. And
So I think that I would like to see, hopefully in the near future, all students receiving their grants before the mobility.
Yeah.
So they really don't have to stress and struggle, which in the end would be the same cost, right? That would be very important. But I would really like to see this idea of multi-stakeholder, lifelong learning approach to mobility working, because I think it's also beautiful for us, for the sector, right? To break those silos. And it's really up to us. And I believe we are really getting there. And I hope that next year when we talk again, we'll see these tiny progresses across Europe with these beautiful collaborations between stakeholders.
all right, very strong, very clear message. Let's maybe hear one from a higher education institution as well. So Lucy, we go back to you. And Masterek was already very experienced in all this work. So maybe through this very experienced approach, any wishes for the funding program?
What I wish is that every student who wants to travel and who wants to study abroad finds the way how to do it. We don't want to force everyone, because there are really students who don't want. There are many people who don't want travel at all. So even there are students who don't want to travel and study abroad. But I wish that every student who wants to study abroad, who wants to experience how it is, even for a short time, for 2 weeks, that finds the opportunity. We find the way how to do it, even for students who have troubles with language, who have a disability or other disadvantage, who don't have money, or their families don't have money. There is a way how to do it. And I wish that the students experience what I always experience when I'm abroad, that they feel it's enriching, it gives them something, and it shows them how it is abroad, but it shows them how it is in our country, how it is in the Czech Republic, because it's really enriching to travel, and it shows us not how it is abroad, but it shows us very much about how it is in our country and how we are, because it's personal, enriching very much. So I wish the students find the possibilities and we can help them. Thank you.
Thank you. So an opportunity to look differently at oneself as well. Final words go to Olivier.
Joining the program for the next
Yes.
Christmas. I wish for the next Christmas time would be great. Now joining the program for tackle together this issue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For me, Switzerland is like an European miniature, with the multilingualism. So we can share a lot of ideas, best practice. We can share at the moment, okay, without joining the program. But I think it would be stronger that we could together work in to tackle and for aiming that improving the mobility of this targeting we identify. So.
Yes, kudos to that, and kudos to that, and warm thank you in closing to the three of you for your insights and thoughts, reflections, wishes we've put forward for the future, and warm thank you also to our audience members that supported us with comments and with questions. Now it's time to move on after a few seconds of transition to the next session on key actions 2 and 3 that will be moderated by my colleague Martin Bogdan, Policy and Project Officer within the ACA Secretariat. Thank you.
And we're back. Good morning to you all. I'm Martin Bogdan, Policy and Project Officer at ACA, and I'm warmly welcoming you to the panel on Key Action 2, Cooperation among Organizations and Institutions, and Key Action 3, Support to Policy Development and Cooperation. After hearing a very interesting panel on inclusion, where we got a chance to hear the needs from the students, we got to hear about the support services at the Masaryk University in the Czech Republic, and we got to hear about Movetia's support services at the level of a funding agency, which is very much copying the Erasmus Plus program. Now we will hear more about establishing actually cooperations among institutions and among organizations in Europe, but also beyond Europe. As inclusion is one of the key priorities, if not the key priority of the current Erasmus Plus program, this topic will be reoccurring in this panel as well. So we'll get to hear more about how to develop partnerships and cooperations that are inclusive by design and that are enabling inclusions of different groups, of different people with different barriers by the design of the cooperation or the partnership itself. So I'm very much looking forward hearing about that. And this session is actually divided into two parts. First, we will start with discussing those parts of the program in Key Actions 2 and a little bit on the Key Action 3 related to the what we call the program countries of the Erasmus Plus. And then we will move on to the international dimension of the Erasmus Plus, so cooperation with the program with the organizations and institutions beyond the program countries, so-called partner countries. Also, each of those parts has a dedicated discussion time. So at the beginning, we will first talk about the program countries, then we will have the discussion on the program countries. After that, we will move on to the international cooperation and have a dedicated discussion on international cooperation. With this in mind, I would like to introduce the first two speakers of today's panel for the first part, and those are Nadia Manzoni and Joanna Devendaler from the Higher Education Unit of the European Commission, DG EAC, Education, Youth, Sports and Culture. Nadia Manzoni is the team leader of the Erasmus Plus, coordinating a team which is translating European higher education policies into the Erasmus Plus program, so into practice. And Joanna is working more specifically on the European Universities Initiative and other policy files such as the higher education package. So Nadia will present us all the variety of the Erasmus Plus program, actually, as it was nicely mentioned yesterday in one of the panels, that the Erasmus Plus program is not only the mobilities and the flagship initiatives like the European universities, there is a whole array of different opportunities in between. And I'm very happy to hear more about them today in different levels of cooperation and different levels of ambition. And then we will hear from Joanna on the flagship call at the moment, the European Universities Initiative, where she will walk us through some of the details of the call, and also answer some of the related questions. When we are done with this, I will introduce our third speaker, Bruno Castro, from the International Cooperation Unit of the DG EAC. So with no further ado, I would like to pass on the floor to Nadia, and then followed by Joanna, who will give us their presentations, and then we will meet back here for the discussion. So Nadia, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us. Actually, you mentioned the great array of cooperation possibilities. It's so big and so vast that it's even hard to get all the information in 10 minutes. So I will, but I will try to do that. I hope you can see my slides. Yes, great. I have to start with what was probably mentioned already in yesterday's sessions, but it's the new European strategy for universities, which really sets the tone for the cooperation partnerships and other forms of partnerships in higher education, starting from now onwards. And why do we say that? It's because it is the key source of inspiration, I think, for all the partnership projects that we hope to see coming in this call and in next year's calls. It is the most comprehensive policy statement of the European Commission in higher education that has come in the last several years. And I'd like to just briefly here, for the sake of inspiration, mention some key elements of this strategy because they link with the specific priorities for higher education in the Erasmus Plus program. And in particular, if you look at the four elements of it, the first one refers to building a more European dimension in higher education, and it's the overarching goal of the strategy, and enabling more cooperation, more high quality joint programs, reducing barriers to transnational cooperation, and so on, through 4 flagship initiatives. But it's 2 and 3 and 4 that give really content inspiration for universities keen to apply for one of the Erasmus Plus partnership projects. The second priority talks about universities as lighthouses of our European way of life, and gives ideas on the kind of future-proof skills that we want partnerships to have as an outcome The inclusion element that you also mentioned, Martin, about how to make projects partners, but also the content of those projects more diverse and contribute to making European higher education more diverse. Very importantly, it addresses the issue of academic freedom that has been recently a bit shaken up in Europe, and it can be an inspiration for projects that want to contribute to citizenship, civic engagement of university students, staff, and so on. And then the third big chunk is recognizing the key role of universities in the green and digital transitions, which is the overall goal of the European Union. And that's been really well welcomed by universities as they have already been doing great work on green skills, environmental sustainability, and so on. But this is now a reminder that this is really what we want to see projects focusing on. Innovation, research, teaching in the area of green and digital. And finally, the fourth section will more fit with Bruno's presentation later on, and it's about making European universities more attractive on a global scale. The four flagships I mentioned earlier are one, European universities that Joanna will touch upon later, that where we have an actual concrete call to set them up, but also work that we will start internally with some university and with some universities this year through policy experimentation, which is the work on the legal statute and on the joint European degree, very much still experimental and about to be discussed with the member states and endorsed by the member states, something that will hopefully be revolutionary, but it's a step-by-step process, and we have to see over the years how we best implement it. And finally, something I also concretely work on is the European Student Card Initiative, so the digitalization, so helping, enabling universities to be digitally more connected and not just through projects. And all this has been proposed. These four flagships have been proposed for a council recommendation. So the member states are really looking at this now, and what can the member states do to help universities better cooperate together. So I had to start with that context because it's very important. Oh, sorry if you can't see the slides, if they're all messed up, apologies for that. But this here, I basically wanted to translate what is in these big policy documents into six very concrete areas of work where universities uh, think about submitting projects and cooperation partnership projects in. So the interconnectedness is very important for us, for universities to come together and see how they can better the recognition of outcomes, how they can better implement Bologna principles and tools, ECTS and cycles and so on, and how they can test different cooperation and arrangements. So already that at European level is an achievement in itself. Then there's, of course, boosting innovation through, for instance, modular courses, micro-credentials. We've just recently established a policy on that as well. These are short-term courses to foster lifelong learning of people who may not have the opportunity to do full degrees, and it's in keeping with the trends after the pandemic. Reducing skills mismatches and investing in sustainable development and finding innovative ways of doing that. This is one of the key areas. Inclusion was mentioned before, in particular gender balance, which we see in higher education is a problem, but also flexible career pathways for staff in institutions and for people outside of higher education, and what universities can do to offer this kind of flexible upskilling and reskilling. And civic engagement is a really big topic and one of the four horizontal priorities of the Erasmus Plus program. So universities working on connecting with the local or regional community and collaborating with others across borders on this topic is very much welcome. And finally, and three more topics, excellence. So here the program really wants to see teachers and training staff rewarded for their excellent teaching, because the research elements have always been better recognized in the higher education sector. So any projects that aim to boost or reward those who really invest their time into good pedagogies, innovative pedagogies, boosting entrepreneurial spirit of students is very much welcome. Then, as last year, also the move from STEM to STEAM and creating this link between this natural sciences, technical sciences, engineering, maths, and arts and humanities is still on the table and probably will be for many years to come. And projects that want have an idea on how to get more women into STEM fields and reduce gender stereotypes in STEM is something we would like to see. And as already mentioned, and now really enhanced by the strategy, the digital or green are key when it comes to the focus on which skills to work on. So I needed to mention that as well. Now, as for more concretely the kind of projects that the Erasmus Plus program supports, the partnerships for cooperation, where cooperation partnerships are part of, aim to increase the quality of the work in the institutions and build capacity in the work of the institution, address the priorities that were mentioned just before, and really support transformation and innovation in the institutions. And here you see a huge increase in the cooperation partnerships over the course of the old programming years, especially as towards the end, with the mobility being affected by the pandemic, more funds have been shifted to Key Action 2 cooperation partnerships, and really lots and lots of institutions have taken part of the years, over 11 million. When we looked at what kind of output these partnerships produced, it was mainly innovative curricula and followed by new technologies in ICT, open and distance learning content, and inclusion projects. So the new program will probably be more diverse, but this is what we see when we look at the past. And it's a bit small on your screen, but here you can see the front runners in among Erasmus Plus countries that had the largest share of total participating organization taking part in Key Action 2. So we have 9% in Spain, Italy 8, Germany 7. So quite a substantial number compared to mobility. And on the right-hand side, you can also see the countries that had the largest share of applicant organizations. From all the applicant organizations in Key Action 2 that participated in the old program, you see the most active were Poland, Germany, Spain, United Kingdom, and France. So we would like to see that happening across the board, that this high percentage is replicated elsewhere. And there's one very important thing to know about the new call 2022 for cooperation partnerships, and we hope to see many newcomer organizations coming as a result. The funding model has been drastically simplified and moved to a lump sum model. So what previously was a very complex system of building a budget and taking into account different budgetary items in the preparation of the applications, we have now moved to a simplified model, and we've just issued yesterday guidance for beneficiaries that were shared with the national agencies. So I hope you can get your hands on them soon, which explains this in more detail. But I guess what is important for you to take away is that you need to choose from predefined amounts. There are 3 different levels to choose from, and accordingly you build your project your project ambition according to the amount you have chosen. And then you will be free, or the coordinating institution will be free to distribute and allocate this money among partners, among budget items as they see fit, but will of course have to prove that they have towards the agencies in their final reports that they have reached the goals they have set out to do. And if these goals are not reached, then the grant will be reduced ex post. So this is these are the 3 amounts that can be requested, and I've just put a few tips for you that maybe are important guidance. That there's no possibility to downgrade the application if once you have chosen a certain level, you'll be judged against others who have chosen this level. And also that up to 20% of this application has to be for project management. This is to ensure that the funds are that the rest of the funds are distributed towards content and reproducing those curricula and those project outcomes that have been chosen. Now, I've been asked to briefly also give an overview of other possibilities. I won't spend much time on this, but it is important for you to know that aside from cooperation partnerships, which really have the biggest budget in Key Action 2, there are also alliances for innovation, and in fact, 2 different types. I mentioned this also last year, so I won't go into details, but I will give you an update of where we are with the alliances for education enterprises, very similar to cooperation partnerships, so really focused on the links with the vocational education sector and the enterprises, and where we are with the large alliances for sectoral cooperation on skills, where the whole sector for many countries across the EU come together to address skills gap in certain sectors. So for the ex-knowledge alliances, almost 300 applications have been received under last year's call, and results are really expected very soon. And the new call was published with the deadline in September this year. 30 million is available for 2-year projects or 3-year projects, depending on the choice of the applicants. These are from minimum 8 full partners in 4 program countries. And really, the aim is to build a partnership between the labor market bodies, enterprises, and education and training providers from higher education and VET to address very specific gaps in skills. And then for the big blueprint projects, you see many sectors over the years participating in addressing what are the skills needed in this sector, and especially the pandemic will provide more challenges and more ideas for projects in this area. And the new call is also available for applications by September, and 32 million for 4-year projects are available. And here it is really a large partnership of 12 partners and 5 businesses or enterprises, and again, a higher education institution and a vet. So it's a great opportunity. Finally, teacher academies and Jean Monnet actions. Teacher academies are really addressing a very specific need that was recognized to boost teacher motivation and improve the teacher education in Europe. And here 10 projects are expected to start at the beginning of 2022, but the aim is to reach 25 different teacher academies across the European Union by 2025. And the idea is to create networks of initial teacher training colleges and a professional and an environment in which the teachers that they can develop jointly and exchange through mobility projects between them. And the Jean Monnet actions, which, as you may be aware, they foster learning about European Union. And here the application is very soon on the 1st of March for creating these focal points of competence and knowledge on European Union subjects. And here a network, presumably one network will be set up focusing on a specific internal EU policy topic, and one network focusing on foreign policy issues as a result of this call. So I stop here and pass on to my colleague Joanna, if you're still with us, to give us more specific information about the European Universities call. Thank you, Joanna.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Martin. I'm very pleased to be here today. So my name is Joanna Doandelaire. I work as a policy officer in higher education, and it's my pleasure to share with you a few elements on the European University. So, of course, Nadia very well explained the context, the political context. So the strategy, and of course you heard about it yesterday also from Vanessa and from Sophia. I would like to go straight to the point, to the European Universities call. So it is one of the flagships of the strategy because we strongly believe in the European Universities alliances as being real role models, or having a potential to become role models and laboratories for the transformation of the entire higher education sector. This idea was confirmed in the Council conclusions on the European Universities that were adopted by all the ministers of higher education in the Union in May 2021. So what did the minister said? Well, they confirmed actually the concept of the European universities that was presented 3 years ago in 2019 when the first calls were launched. So we are presenting this 2022 call with a great degree of continuity. So we're not starting from scratch. We're not putting into question the initial idea and objectives of the European universities. Of course, worth mentioning, a very important objective, also reflected in the award criteria of the call, will be the balance between inclusion on one hand and excellence. And what do we mean by inclusion? Well, we mean several things. The first one is that the call will be open to all types of higher education institutions. They are open, of course, the alliances will be open and hope to be beneficial to all types of learners, be it students or lifelong learners. And of course, it is important to highlight the inclusion in terms of geographical balance. So the alliances are expected to be to cover and to gather strengths across Europe and beyond. Of course, this call, as the previous ones, will be completely bottom up because we do cherish the autonomy of the institutions, and of course, we trust very much the creativity of our higher education institutions. So if we dive immediately into the substance of the European Universities Alliances call, what we aim for is actually to reach a stronger cooperation at all levels of the institutions, and this, of course, is echoing the substance of the strategy for the universities. The whole idea is that transnational cooperation is transformational for the sector. So we hope to see a systemic, structural, and sustainable impact. So these alliances, if you wish, as probably many of you know well, they're not about setting a single joint program at master level, because as you heard from Nadia, we have many other excellent Erasmus Plus opportunities to do that. Here, we want to go a little bit beyond, to be ambitious and to gather under the single framework of the European universities many joint programs and activities that are involving all levels of the institutions, that are bringing together students and higher education from across disciplines and across all Europe to develop jointly together knowledge, to learn together, to work and do research together. So what it is expected basically is to describe a long-term vision. So it could be 10, 20 years time. So where do you see this alliance? Where do you see it in this time horizon? And what we've heard from alliances during this COVID pandemic is that the higher education institutions that were part of the alliances, they felt that they were stronger together, that they could strive better to all the challenges across their missions during the pandemic because they were working together. So of course it's highly ambitious what it is required, and it requires obviously a huge commitment and involvement at all levels of the institutions. It involves rectors, vice rectors, deans, but also staff, researchers, students, and we know this is a huge investment, but we are convinced that this will bring us a step forward towards the achievement of the objectives of the European education area, European research area, and European higher education area. So how we're planning to do that, how we're hoping to achieve that, as in previous calls. So here again, we have a great degree of continuity. At the core of the alliances are the challenge-based approaches and the transdisciplinarity. Why? Simply because the major societal challenges are by nature transdisciplinary. You think of green, digital transitions, aging populations, health, etc. So the proposals will need to demonstrate how they are bringing together their institutions, their strength at all levels to solve such challenges, and how this will be done from different perspectives and angles. Of course, this is what it is expected, but there are many different models to get to this objective, and of course they're all very much welcomed and very much valued. Everything is basically possible because the approach is fully bottom up and there is no common models. Regarding the European inter-university campuses, well, this is what we expect the European University Alliances to put in place. And they should cover all levels, bachelor, master, doctorate, to deliver actually forward-looking skills that the society needs to solve the societal challenges, the transdisciplinary societal challenges that we were just mentioning. So for that, we expect the alliances to give possibility to a large majority of their student body to feel at home, basically, in any of the higher education institutions in the alliance. For instance, why not? They could start their program in one country and then continue it somewhere else. We also hope that the alliances would propose innovative pedagogies based again on the challenge-based and transdisciplinary approaches. And through that, we hope to, as it was the case in previous calls, so I'm mentioning continuity again here, giving the possibility to students from different countries and from different disciplines to work together with their professors, their researchers in the higher education institutions, but also to go beyond and be able to cooperate more, get involved more with their ecosystems. So work together with entrepreneurs, with cities, regions, civil societies, and last but not least, to perhaps go further and engage actually with their local communities. Another important element is that this initiative must also benefit staff and researchers. And we are thinking here in terms of flexible careers in different countries, and recognition and valorization of the teaching and research activities in the same level. So this is a little bit what I wanted to say about the general objectives, the policy objectives of the call. Now, my last couple of slides are giving you at a glance a view of the call. So the scope, the topics, the ventilation of the budget between the two topics. As you can see, the bulk of the budget is under this call allocated for sustaining already existing alliances and to keep the momentum and the enthusiasm about creating new alliances. There is also a budget allowing to create several alliances depending on the number of partners. I'd like to recall that this is a fully open call to preserve competitiveness. The duration of the grants will be 4 years. And the participants can be minimum 3 eligible higher education institutions from 3 different eligible countries. As a novelty, we we also opened up the alliances composition by allowing associations or organizations to also participate as full partners, and the precise conditions are detailed in the call text. Now, perhaps very quickly, an idea about the timeline. So the call will be closing on the 22nd of March. So you have until 22nd of March to put their proposals, with the result expected in the summer, and hoping to close and sign the grant agreements by the end of the year. On my last slide, you will find all the links with further guidance. You will find, for example, a recording of the information day that we held on the 14th of December, together with our colleagues in the executive agency ESEA. And the recording is very long. You have a full presentation of the call, of the criteria. You have also information on the budget, on the application process, on how to build a proposal. And in case you would have more questions, you have a direct contact email on the bottom left-hand side of the slide. It's an email address of the European of the agency ESEA, and we will be happy to respond to all your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you very much, Nadia. This was highly informative and very much appreciated, both the presentations. So to start a little bit the discussion, I would like to stay on the European Universities call and to ask you, Joanna, because we have received some questions yesterday about the first the eligibility of the associate partners, and also we got some questions on the expectations of the associate partners, but those coming from non-program countries, so from the European higher education area. So if you could perhaps elaborate a little bit first on the are there any specific expectations for those institutions and what they are bringing into the consortia, or is this open to them? And then maybe we can talk about, we got the question about whether a university should pursue applications in different alliances. I suppose the answer is rather not, unless they are very, very ambitious. So if you could please give us a few sentences on those two issues. Thanks.
Wow, that's like 4 questions. So I will try to be very brief. So I will start first with, if I understood correctly. So there is a question on who can be a full partner into one alliance. So as already mentioned and explained in the slide, we are looking at higher education institutions in Erasmus, in the member states, and in countries that are associated to the Erasmus Plus program. In addition to that, the novelty this year is that we have added in the call text, and I will be reading actually the call text. So any other organization consisting of the above referred higher education institution specifically set up with the purpose of implementing deep institutional transnational cooperation, including joint educational activities. So what we heard from several higher education, in general from the higher education sector, we heard that there would be a need actually to allow certain organizations that are composed of higher education institutions and that are doing a lot to further deepen the transnational cooperation, that would be good for them to be also involved in the alliances themselves. So this is the purpose of this point in the eligibility. So they will be eligible. They can be full partners. Of course, this is not our decision directly. You know, it was the decision of the member states to include such organizations, to allow the inclusion of such organizations, and the evaluations will be done, as you know well, by independent experts. So they will be assessing this during the evaluations. So this is the first question. The second question, if I understood correctly, was about the associated partners. There again, yes, okay, you're nodding, good. So this was a novelty as well for the call in 2022. We broadened the scope of who can be an associated partner. We broadened it to the Bologna countries, because we have so much in common with these countries, and we feel it's a great opportunity to allow them to participate in the alliances. Of course, as you know, associated partners in the alliance are not entitled to get EU funding, but this should not prevent them to be super active. So voilà. Could you repeat the two other questions, please, Martin?
I think it was just one more question. It was on whether university can or should apply in a different consortia if it's already a part of an already existing one.
Yes, actually, there is a specific mention in the call text about that. So it is possible to participate in a second alliance, but only as an associated partner. This is to preserve, let's say, the inclusiveness dimension of the initiative, and to allow as many higher education institutions as possible to become full partners of the alliance. And you know that in the strategy there is this objective to reach 60 universities, 60 alliances by 2024. So this is a bit the perspective we're aiming to have, with around 500 universities representing around roughly 10% of higher education institutions in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarifying this. And now, looking at the time and moving on to Nadia, we have received one question in the chat on the new model that you have just presented, the lump sum model. And basically, the question is about potential risks in spending the budget in advance and then not being able to reimburse some of the work packages at the end of the reporting period, which could pose a considerable risk for smaller organizations. I think it's a combination of a comment and a question. I understand that this is a new model, so maybe if you could comment a little bit on that.
Yes. Look, it's a typical project management issue. It is not specific to this lump sum. It's specific to any, let's say, project where you get a certain amount of funds. What is for sure the case is that you will not be asked to provide evidence of payment at the end of a project. The aim is to achieve certain results, and if the results are achieved as set out at the beginning, the funds will remain as allocated at the beginning of the project. Another good thing is to minimize this risk that you're asking about, that has been decided, is that the project at the final report stage will be evaluated as a whole, but actually by work package. So every work package will get a sort of score. And if the overall evaluation is above 70%, the funds will be allocated will granted as requested in the application. And if one work package happens to be less successful and under 70%, the funds will be deducted only for that work package and not for the whole thing. So I think there were some measures introduced to reduce this risk that you're talking about. But thank you for the question.
Thanks. And another one just came in 2 minutes ago, mentioning that the 2022 budget for Key Action 2 has seen some reductions to the previous years, especially at the decentralized level. So maybe an explanation on that, and what was the thinking or the logic behind it.
Thanks for the question. It's actually nothing to be worried about. It is coming back to its old levels after having been boosted during the pandemic years, because the mobility was not taken up to the extent that it would have been. So now the balance is going back towards mobility, because we expect again big numbers. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we're all in the same boat. But we see a lot of interest for Key Action 1 mobility, and universities have really felt the reduction in their Key Action 1 budget in the first year of the program last year. So the 2021 budget for Key Action 1 has been quite drastically reduced compared to the past. So now there's a redress back to let's say a normal distribution between Key Action 1 and Key Action 2 that we had in the past as well. So that's why it looks like a reduction, but in fact it's a redress.
Okay, thank you very much. And the final question before we move on to Bruno, you were mentioning the call for the legal statute and the European degree. This meaning the Key Action 3, I suppose. And then just a clarifying question, because the European universities are also expected to pilot these initiatives where possible. So I suppose that this call will not be related to the alliances, but to other partnerships.
I can say something maybe. Yeah, I can start, and maybe if you need to. Yes, the idea is that this will be a Key Action 3 policy experimentation call. I don't know how much the audience is familiar with this, but the policy experimentation calls have traditionally been they're completely open for applications, and they've traditionally been projects where national governments are very much included, because what is at stake is to test a policy approach and really spend time evaluating it and recommending the best way forward to the national government. So it's a slightly different approach to the standard partnerships in Key Action 2. And it enables really different approaches to be tested and the best one to be chosen in the end. So it's very kind of including, gives a chance to many approaches before a policy approach is accepted. But I cannot share more details about the call yet. It hasn't yet. We are still waiting for sort of the political back or endorsement from the council and from the member states, as it's very important that they are on board, of course.
That's understood. Thank you. Joanna, you wanted to add something? Maybe I see you're unmuted.
No.
Okay.
Nadia summarized it perfectly. I could only agree with what she said.
Okay, so thank you very much to both of you. I have a considerable number of other questions, but time is always limited. So thank you very much, and thank you for staying on. If some other questions come in that you might answer. And now I'm moving on to Bruno Castro, who is here with me in person, and you can see him now on the camera.
Hello.
Welcome, Bruno. Thank you for being here with us. Bruno Castro is the program manager, for the international cooperation, working with Erasmus Mundus action and working with cooperation with Latin America mostly. Yes. So I will pass on the floor to you to give us the presentation on the Erasmus Mundus section, joint masters and design measures, and the capacity building for higher education, which is the first call in this programming period.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. And I'm following the presentation of my colleagues, now focusing on the international dimension in Key Action 2, but for higher education. I have to specify, because we have also international dimension in other Key Action 2 calls, like capacity building for VET or capacity building for youth in some regions. But I'm focusing in the more traditional or big ones for higher education, which are Erasmus Mundus, capacity building for higher education. I will present an overview on what the new program is about in these two actions. The essence of both is maintained, but there are significant changes. I'm not going much into details. Maybe there will be some questions because the calls are open now, but in 1 month, more or less, they will be closed, or in 2 weeks for Erasmus Mundus. So I guess if the universities are not ready yet, it's too late. They will prepare. So I will present the basis and the essence for the call 2023, and also for general information, of course, for the public. And the first thing that you might notice, the first novelty, is that we are talking about Erasmus Mundus in Key Action 2. And Erasmus Mundus used to be in Key Action 1. So that's already something. And also, we're talking about Erasmus Mundus, but there are two types of Erasmus Mundus, and this is also a main novelty. So we had the Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. Probably our public is already familiar with it, but we also have within the same action, we created the Erasmus Mundus Design Measures. It's one action and two lots. That's the terminology. So we can talk about Erasmus Mundus action, but two different possibilities to apply to the joint masters or the design measures. We know what is Erasmus Mundus. I'm not going to present it, just to leave it there as a background for those who are less familiar, but high level integrated programs. We are focusing on jointness. And Nadia before mentioned that we already have this for more than 15 years, working on Erasmus Mundus and jointness. That's why the European universities are going beyond that. But Erasmus Mundus remains there, and is even potentiated with the creation of the design measures. The objectives are the same. We are supporting the integration of higher education institutions. We are supporting the mobility students and the links with the labor market needs and the societal challenges, and also international cooperation. But the focus on the interinstitutional cooperation is the reason why we moved the Erasmus Mundus from the Key Action 1 to the Key Action 2. This is cosmetic or aesthetical change, but it's important in matter as regards the presentation and the focus that we are giving to the program. So now I am presenting Erasmus Mundus in Key Action 2 because we noticed that it used to be perceived as a program for scholarships, as a mobility program, which it also is. We also offer scholarships for Erasmus Mundus, and it's an important part of our promotion and of this work. But in parallel with this European strategy for universities, we want to increase the cooperation and the focus on the interinstitutional part and the cooperation among the participating universities. And now there will be more internationalization opportunities. There will be Erasmus Mundus is open. I'm talking in future, but it's already present. Erasmus Mundus is already open to partners from third countries not associated to programs. They can even be coordinators from now on. There have been also clarification. Erasmus Mundus is already working. We already had a call in 2021, and some of the results are already gone. I will present some, not really statistics, but comments. And the second call is open now, and capacity building for higher education didn't have a call 2021, so I will present, this is the main novelty. And again, the essence of Erasmus Mundus is the same. It's the continuity, the joint masters. Students have to have compulsory mobility to the different, well, not to all, but to different institutions participating in the consortium. But we try to put the emphasis again in the interinstitutional cooperation and in the sustainability of the consortia. We want these joint programs to continue even when the Erasmus Mundus funding is over. So we hope that Erasmus Mundus is a support for establishing these masters, but they can continue after the end of the project. So we created some rules in the funding rules to provide incentives to enroll more self-funded universities, self-funded students. So the masters won't be so only reliant on the scholarships that we are providing, thanks to the budget provided by the other departments, the external departments of the European Union. We are trying to simplify rules. Also, there is the lump sum model that we talked about, and a new terminology. Everyone is used to talk in the old way, but we are slowly getting used to the new terminology, like probably you already know, no program countries, no partner countries, but these longer formulas. Also very basic, and I didn't comment it yet. Erasmus Mundus Joint Master degrees lost the D of degrees, so it's kind of simple. It's the same. It's not that we are not delivering degrees, but I think it's more effective, more catchy, and it's easier. And also, as we are adding EMDM for the design measures, too many Ds can be confusing. So I think it's more clear now. The movement from K1 to K2, I already commented it, the creation of the second lot. Now we talk about enrolled students in general for terminology as well. So there's no division between scholarship holders and non-scholarship holders. This will be important for the calculation of the grant. Before there used to be two different categories and we were always talking about scholarship holders and non. Now we talk about enrolled students at the same level. Well, we talk about edition instead of intake, also linked to some specific details of implementation. And for those who really like the budget and the terminology and the politics behind, we used to talk about heading 1 and heading 4, heading 1 being the traditional or the budget line for Erasmus Plus program with the additional injections from heading 4. So now the numbers change and we are talking about heading 2 and heading 6. And heading 6 is the Ndiki. It's difficult to pronounce, but finally the standardized way is to pronounce the C like ki, the Ndiki. And we have a new link for the catalog that's also important. It's more catchy, at least the catchiest we could do with our rules. So this new URL eceuropa.eu/Erasmus-Mundus is redirecting directly to the old catalog, to the EAKEA website. But I think for promotion, at least I can spell it, and it's not the whole 2 lines link. So this is an important change, I guess, for promotion. The funding rules, if we are, as I said, we are providing the grant to higher education institutions, but in parallel, we are providing scholarships to students. We are not providing the scholarships directly, so it's only one grant. The scholarships are managed by the consortia, by the higher education institutions, but they have separate calculation. But if you are not familiar with Erasmus Mundus, you should know that students apply directly to the higher education institutions for admission, but also for scholarship. It's not a separate process that they are not applying for executive agency. The students have a direct relationship with the higher education institutions. And 3-unit cost that we are simplifying. I'm showing this complex slide, but you can see it's complex mostly on the orange part, which is the old one. Now we are simplifying it in the blue side. So also there will be lump sums, and we don't have this calculation. I'm not going into details, but for example, for students, for scholarship, we used to pay installation cost. We used to pay the travel cost separate from a different pot. Then the subsistence cost, and it depended on the origin of the student, whether they came from primary country, partner country. So now it's a single amount, it's clear. I hear Juan Rayon before saying that the students need clarity of how much they will perceive. So 1,400 per month for Erasmus Mundus students. That's a easy and clear figure. Same for institutional part. For institutional part, it will be similar. And we added special budget for students with special needs. And I mentioned the incentives to recruit non-scholarship holders. So actually the grant is increasing. Our funding is increasing because you can see a comparison under this assumption. So 120 credits, 60 scholarship holders, and 15 non-scholarship holders. Under the old program, they will receive like 1,200,000, and now it's almost 1,400,000, or whatever, 1,035,000. We can compare. So it depends on what was the model of the universities. With no or few non-scholarship holders, maybe it was more interesting, the old model. We can see that the yellow bar was higher, is still higher if we have few scholarships or non-scholarship holders. But we want to give this incentive for universities that if they recruit self-funding students, they will perceive up to 1.8 million, as you can see in the blue bar. So it's a noticeable change. I hope they will respond to this incentive. And this is also the amount of the scholarship as well. We had different categories, as I explained. Now it's one, clear one, and it's also bigger. Well, we're talking about Erasmus Mundus. We know that it's difficult to get this degree of integration. Many universities are already there. We have very successful consortia. And other smaller universities, they feel maybe it's not for them or they don't dare. Also, we notice in the statistics that there are topics and countries which are underrepresented. So maybe a way to bridge this gap between universities not participating at all in Erasmus Mundus and those who are already very expert practitioners, we are launching the Erasmus Mundus Design Measure. This is a lump sum in order to design, as the name says, to design the basic feature of a joint program, of a future joint program. It's important to notice that we are funding more design measures than joint master degrees. So not everyone who is getting a design measure will receive in the future a joint master grant, because also it's a political choice. We want more joint masters, joint programs in Europe. We want it in general. So some of them, luckily, they will be funded by the Erasmus Mundus Action, and others, they will need to find. That's why we are helping them to look for ways to be self-sustainable. They will need to find their ways, but we want more joint master programs in Europe in general. So we are supporting the creation of these joint masters. There will be other ways to do it, not just Erasmus Mundus. And as I said, it's a lump sum, 55,000 euros for a fixed duration of 15 months. The project has to be already a bit advanced. So it's a mono-beneficiary. For legal reasons, there's only one applicant, but this applicant should state who will be their partners, at least the most important ones. Some of them are not yet closed. So the more elaborated is the proposal, the bigger the chances to be selected. We are not funding just an idea like, oh, I would like to have a joint master. No, it's that they are trying to apply, but they are not sure. There are maybe some technicalities or something which is missing, and they are not ready yet for joint masters. Maybe the accreditation process sometimes is complex. So maybe with this money, you can hire a person just to work on that, to clarify the legal procedures, the accreditation, the recognition, or to discuss with the other members of the consortium what will be the communication and the rules. So it's a preparatory action. And we expect that they will work in a joint program, that they will get an integrated curriculum, and that they will attract students and have physical mobility as Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters are doing. Also, it is important to notice that receiving an Erasmus Mundus Design Measure won't give more points if they decide to apply later for joint master. They are independent lots, independent funding, independent criteria. Of course, if they design a good master thanks to this, maybe they will get chances, but it's just if they did the work. And we expect as well to have joint masters who didn't pass by the design measure. So we expect, as I said, a detailed outcome and a detailed proposal. I'm not going to spend time on this. And as I said, we already launched, we already closed the call 2021. And I know we've been said that the results are not there. Actually, some results are there. The difference this year, and I will talk about this later, because of the move to e-grants and the funding and tenders portal is a different way to apply technically. We are being a bit late, I know, in releasing all the results, the list of joint masters and design measures. But because legally we cannot do it until they sign the contract. but many of them, they have already signed the contract, and those are already in the list. You can check it in the FTOP portal. So please be aware that it's not the whole list. There are still projects missing, but as soon as they sign, they become public and you can check it. And we are satisfied by the last call, 2021, with the design measures. We had 148 proposals, which shows that there was the demand. We are addressing some need and some interest. And also it's interesting that, well, there are many third countries not associated to the program who applied. Many new higher institutions, as I said, maybe they didn't feel ready or they were a bit scared about Erasmus Mundus. So now the design measures, they are responding to that, and also different countries, as we're saying. Maybe the fact that there were so many applications to design measures, we had less applications to the joint masters, but this is also because call 2021 was a difficult one, came late, it was short, so we expected it, but still we are satisfied with the joint master degrees, the call of 2021. For those who want to go more into detail, we have a lot of analysis, statistical fact sheets on the old program, and some information that could be important to prepare your call or your design measure. And I move into a different topic, capacity building for higher education. I still have 5 minutes, I think. So we didn't have a call 2021 for this, and it's coming back. And this is an action which is very popular, particularly outside Europe, with, again, the same essence, but an important novelty is the distinction into 3 types of projects, or strands, as we will say. So capacity building projects now, there can be now for access, for transformation, or for structural reform. We already had structural projects in the past, but now these 3 strands, they have different requirements and different associated funding, which is important. The objectives, ensuring equity and inclusion and cooperation at world level, also to make European universities a reference at global level and to make them trusted partners, as were mentioned in the context of the wider political objectives. And we're taking into account more and more, because capacity building is already a well-established action, and it's already building upon previous programs. Even before Erasmus Plus, we had Tempus, we had Alpha in different regions. So universities in Europe and also partners in other regions, they know this kind of cooperation. But now we want to make it more targeted towards the needs of our partners. There will be more involvement of the EU delegations. So, of course, there will be still bottom-up, but we're trying to align a bit more. We are setting a list of objectives and priorities and overarching priorities and regional priorities, as we try to align it with the overall objectives of the EU foreign policy. The new features of capacity building, as I said, 3 strands. The lump sums, which were already commented by Nadia and Joanna before, and the new publication system. As I said, the FTOP is the funding and tenders portal of the European Union. And this is important not just for the application, but also for the whole management of the project. It's using what we call e-grants. This is because the top is the general way all the EU funding is working. So it's being harmonized, and now Erasmus Plus is not an outlier. Those institutions already used to work with Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, they know the FTOP, they know the e-grants. So it will be more coherent. I understand that maybe the first time will be difficult. It takes time to adapt. So please, if you are preparing this call, don't wait for the last minute. Learn how this new platform works and the different categories at technical level as well. But we hope also that the implementation later will be smooth. And as I said, as you sign the contract, it appears in the FTOP site. So it's much more integrated into all our policies and funding. I already stated the focus on the need of third countries. So I'm going directly to explain what are the three strands, which is the main novelty of capacity building. As we are doing for the Erasmus Mundus design measures, we want more newcomers from different countries, from different regions, from different institutions, even different faculties within the institutions. So in order to facilitate access to this kind of international cooperation, we are giving a lower amount of grant for shorter projects of 2 or 3 years, between 200 and 400,000 euros, mostly targeting least developed countries. For example, I used to work, I work with the Caribbean countries, which sometimes it's difficult to reach them. It's difficult for them to imagine that they can participate in European projects. So they can, I hope that this strand will be useful for them. Also, educate, Hayes located in remote regions. We can also see, not so much in Europe, but in our partner countries, we tend to work with traditional universities, with the most prestigious ones in several countries, happens that. And there are many remote regions and areas that we also want to involve into Erasmus Plus, or they are less experienced. So again, we don't want to have this category of universities, institutions who are already experienced with Erasmus Plus, with Tempus, with Alpha, and they know how to do it. And we are leaving the others behind. So we have this action, and I think it's a good opportunity as well for European institutions to cooperate with these new, exciting and smaller institutions, because some of the projects can reproduce what they did in the past with other institutions which are already more advanced. The strand 2 maybe is the continuation of what we understood by capacity building in the past program. So we call it for transformation. Again, we want to transformate. We want more links with business, more entrepreneurial skills, promoting the internal reform, the governance, innovation at the learning methods, and we have more funding for this. Also, the time frame is the same, 2 or 3 years. They can choose, but it's up to 800,000 euros. Target groups, they are not exclusive. We can also work with a smaller, with newcomers for strand 2. But we understand that it's important to differentiate and to focus each of the strands for different stakeholders. And the strand 3, they are the structural reform projects. We used to have already structural reform projects, but it was just a label at the end of the day. We had projects, normal capacity building projects, let's say, and projects with ministries, and those were labeled structural. We realized that there was not much added value on adding ministries there, and just to have this label, which meant nothing, no changes in practice. So now there will be changes. You can get more funding. You get the top possibility of funding up to 1 million going for structural reform projects. So this means working with higher education authorities in the other countries. And we want to show as well the model of the European education area, or the European higher education systems in our countries as a model. So in our experience, our expertise through our universities will be the best ambassadors. And as I said, we need also more time for this, up to 4 years. And the kind of projects we are talking about, but they are more ambitious. It's not just for change in 1 or 2 higher education institutions, but we aim to support the whole country, the whole country associated to the program. So again, the difference between national projects, multi-country projects, regional or cross-regional with different categories. This is the same as before. And the overarching priorities. We are publishing in the top, in the course, we are publishing the priorities for each region, but these are the general objectives which are aligned with the priorities of the European Commission. or smart, Green Deal, inclusion, diversity, values, and growth and jobs. So if your project fits into these priorities, it's good. And the lump sum, it was already commented in the previous presentation, so I'm not going to spend much time. But again, that the evaluation, the assessment of the costs is doing before. That's why we need more time between the selection of the project to the actual signature of the contract. It's taking longer, and that's why the results appear later. But because we need this preparation, everyone needs to study what will be the lump sum awarded. And the timeline, well, it's a bit late, as I said, to start preparing new application because we only have 2 weeks. But hopefully you will be notified in August and start the projects as soon as possible. So that's it. Thank you very much. And now waiting for questions.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for this very detailed presentation. I hope it was very useful for those who are in the final steps of the applications with earlier deadlines, and for those who are applying also for the more later deadlines. As we don't have much time, I will just focus on 2 questions. The first, I will start with capacity building because, and I've heard if you could share some tips on how to search for partners by the universities who are coming from regions which are not traditionally linked to the program and who have troubles finding partners in the program countries. If you have some tips on that.
So do you mean advice for the program countries or for the partner?
For the partner countries.
For partners,
for
yes.
them to search for partners in the program countries for capacity building projects.
Yes. Well, they have they have in our website the project results database. So if they are interested, I recommend to look for keywords or for previous project. So if they are interested in some kind of activity or reform, they can see which universities, which European partners already did something similar, and maybe they would like to continue on that. This is a possibility. So we have this partner search tool as well in the FTOP, which is not limited to Erasmus+. So we have a database for Erasmus+, and we have another one, which includes also Horizon projects. So also looking on topic, on country, maybe they can see what they already did, but they can also contact the national agencies because they also know in their countries which universities are more interested in particular regions of sub-regions, and also the EU delegations or the embassies of the countries. So I'm putting the example of the Caribbean as well. They can contact the embassy of a certain country, and normally they also have the information about the universities. Maybe they don't have it directly, but they can get the information soon. So it's the national agencies, the EU delegations, and the embassies normally.
Thanks. And we also got a comment in the Q&A box about the application for the Erasmus Mundus design measures. And basically the comment is saying that the form is as complicated as for the joint masters, and which is sort of turning some people away from the application. Maybe a very quick comment on that, or if there could be some idea in the future to simplify that.
Well, we'll take it into account, this comment, but it's true that, as I said, the forms, the application forms are standardized, and we cannot change it too much from one action to other, from one lot to other. And already Erasmus Mundus is quite personalized as regards to the FTOP and the e-grants. But still, it's a good exercise of reflection, as I said, that Erasmus Mundus design measures is not just for a draft idea. It should have already some work involved. So if you see now that, okay, maybe you are not in time, maybe it was more complex than you thought, you have one more year to prepare that. But okay, well, we'll see if we receive this kind of comments as well and the feedback.
I mean, I suppose a lot of it can also be reused later in the application for the joint master. Our time is up, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Bruno, and also thank you very much, Nadia and Joanna, for staying with us and for sharing all the informations about the latest development. We are already into the coffee break time. I wouldn't like to take much of this time by long closing speeches. I would just say again a very warm thank you to all of our speakers and also to the participants for staying with us. We will be back at 12 o'clock CET on this session on the panel on micro-credentials and stakeholder input on the European degree and the European statute. So thank you very much again, and looking forward to seeing you in the next panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We hope you had a pleasant, though very short, coffee break. We are back to Brussels studio. My name is Veronika Koprianova. I'm a senior policy coordinator at the Academic Cooperation Association. In this very final panel of our program, we will tackle several topics that are actually quite important and debated at the moment. So in the first part of the session, we will be talking about micro-credentials. And we will use about 40 minutes for that with our renowned speakers in the panel. And we will continue with the discussion with the online audience. And then the very final subsession of this panel will be dedicated to two further topics, the European degree and the legal statute, basically the two flagships that are part of the higher education package introduced by the European Commission very lately. Let's start this panel on micro-credentials. This is a very hot topic for policymakers and stakeholders, and we know the European Commission has received quite a big response to its stakeholder consultation on the topic of micro-credentials. So micro-credentials come with lots of expectations in different contexts, particularly with regard to inclusion, access to education, employability and career progression. So it is perceived as a very important instrument for lifelong learning and adult education. What is important for us is the fact that it's an agile and flexible instrument that is responding to education needs. Micro-credentials can be offered by a broad range of providers, but higher education institutions are the key providers at the moment, and they obviously play a very active role in this field. What is interesting about micro-credentials? Personally, I think it's very interesting to use them in a targeted way for different purposes. So in this session, we would also like to explore a little bit the potential of micro-credentials for the benefit of mobility, student mobility, but maybe also staff mobility. Let's discuss it together with our experts in the field. So today I have two speakers with me in the panel. I have Jan-Maël Bidot, who is joining us online. And I also have Patrick Vandenbosch, who is joining us today in the studio. So Jan-Maël is a policy officer in the Higher Education Unit of the European Commission's Director General for Education and Culture. And he's currently working on the topics that we are discussing, both micro-credentials and the European degree. Before joining the Commission, Jan-Maël was also very active in the field of language teaching and university cooperation. Patrick is the head of the Flemish Quality Assurance Agency, based in Brussels. He's also the member of the ENQA board since last year, and he has very long-standing experience in quality assurance gained through the Flemish Inter-University Council and also VLUR quality assurance. Let's start the discussion. And we know that the topic of micro-credentials is very much advanced and promoted at the European level through various important documents, the communication on achieving the European education area, the European skills agenda, and obviously some flagship documents related to social affairs and employment. But most importantly, the recent Commission's proposal for a council recommendation on micro-credentials that was issued end of last year. So Jan-Maël, I have a question to you now. Could you please briefly tell us where we currently stand with the common European approach to micro-credentials and what kind of policy guidance can higher education institutions rely upon to orient themselves in this rather rapidly evolving field? The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to to speak about micro-credentials today. So you summed up the situation pretty well. What is the current state of play with the European approach to micro-credentials that the Commission proposed in last December? Well, now the proposal is, I would say, in the hands of the member states who have to discuss the proposal the Commission made last December, eventually negotiate it, and hopefully adopt it as a recommendation to the member states. We hope that will be done by June 2022. At least this is the seem to be the realistic timeline for it. So what the proposal is about in terms of policy guidance and support, the proposal is really about setting up what we call this European approach to micro-credentials for lifelong learning and employability to make sure that people can use micro-credentials to learn new things and, very importantly, get their skills and the knowledge they have acquired that is certified by a micro-credential recognized, so they can use it. It is also about supporting the providers of micro credentials that among them are universities to develop a high quality offer, and last but not least, of course, encourage the provision of micro credentials that are inclusive, an inclusive offer, and that actually helps people also who have usually the most difficulties to engage with learning and training, to offer them an opportunity to learn new things and get this knowledge recognized. I'd like to highlight a few points. So this proposal is about micro-credentials and the policies that can support their effective use and design. And it considers micro-credentials as something that can be used to complement and enhance education and training, lifelong learning, employability of people. But it's also very clear from the proposal that micro-credentials are not about replacing traditional qualifications or disrupting existing systems or qualification. It's really about complementing the traditional system, supporting it to be more inclusive and offer new opportunities to people. So the European approach, it's composed of few building blocks that can, we hope, be very helpful for universities. Which among them, there is the definition of what micro-credential is. So universities and other providers from other sectors can all talk about the same thing when talking about micro-credentials. And then we also have another important element, which is a list of critical information that a micro-credential should contain in order to make sure that it is transparent, it is comparable one with another, and guidance for the design and issuance of micro-credentials to facilitate the quality, the transparency, and their uptake. So this is really the core of the proposal. It's a common language, a set of standards and guidance that can help universities to better understand each other when talking about micro-credentials, but also talking with other sectors to develop an offer in cooperation with them, and in a way that is both transparent and of the highest quality. And of course, the Commission also offers its support to promote and support the uptake of micro-credentials. So in this proposal, the Commission offers to develop and adapt existing Union tools, European Union tools and services to support the development of micro-credentials, such as support the application of the current EU and Bologna instruments in the field of higher education, help support to develop guidance on how to include micro-credentials in national qualification frameworks, for example. We also offer to support cooperation between the member states and the stakeholders to promote European cooperation and quality assurance of micro-credentials, for example. We also offer to explore further development of the Europass platform to provide information on what learning opportunities leading to micro-credential may exist, and on providers that would respect this European approach to micro-credentials. also to help to support for the authentication of the micro-credential with European digital credentials for learning, the stackability of micro-credential, the interoperability between different systems, and the exchange or sharing of information with the European open standards. Of course, we also offer to support further research on what micro-credentials can bring for the benefit of students and universities. And the proposal, importantly, recommend member states to make use of funding to support high quality offer of micro-credentials by universities, but also to use European funding instruments to develop micro-credentials and to support the uptake of this European approach and of these new types of format for learning that indeed has a lot of potential for many different actors. So this is pretty much what I can say about I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Jan-Mael, for this very comprehensive overview. Indeed, we can see that the Commission has pushed very strongly for the uptake of micro-credentials with a very comprehensive framework. And we can only welcome the progress towards building trust in micro-credentials and also raising the awareness about the value in different educational settings. Some of the issues mentioned in the Commission's proposal related to quality assurance aspects, recognition and portability of micro-credentials that remain central to the debate. In addition, the Commission also talked about the creation of a so-called ecosystem for micro-credentials. And so I would like now to turn to you, Patrick, and to discuss this topic a little bit from the perspective of quality assurance agencies. So what kind of bottlenecks can you identify from the QA perspective? And also what kind of role could national agencies play in addressing and promoting the broad uptake of micro-credentials?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that, in fact, I feel delighted for this emerging attention for micro-credentials. And also from the ENQA perspective, I have to say that we fully support the proposal by the Commission to give more attention to micro-credentials. What we see is that our stakeholders are already discussing those micro-credentials also in view of lifelong learning. Of course, this goes together with the attention that we have to pay now also to digital learning and other forms. What I see is also that in many countries, that's at least what we heard from our members, from the quality assurance agencies, that they are already involved in reflecting on how a kind of approach for quality assurance of micro-credentials can be implemented in the national quality assurance or education framework. And in this regard, we also welcome the fact that the European Commission did not suggest for a separate or additional kind of European approach, a centralized European approach for micro-credentials, because we think that the best thing to do is to let our stakeholders discuss within their countries how they implement a quality assurance system for the micro-credentials, so that this is the most fit for purpose for our in fact, our higher education institutions, and also, of course, for the students who are taking part in the micro-credentials. This being said, those micro-credentials, they are, of course, not new. What I also witness in my country is that many of those flexible small volumes of learning, that they are now called micro-credentials, although they exist already for a long time. On the other hand, this discussion facilitated by the Commission stimulates higher education institution to work on creating new micro-credentials, which gives a lot of opportunities. And I hope we can indeed discuss this further later on in this meeting about, for instance, mobility. And when we talk about the quality assurance of those micro-credentials within the higher education institutions that are already subject to institutional reviews, I do not see that many challenges, meaning that they already adapt, in fact, their system to the European standards and guidelines. But of course, they have to take into account that they also have to do this internal quality assurance of the micro-credentials. Because what I see now is that in some cases, those micro-credentials are based on parts of a bachelor or master degree, or sometimes enthusiastic professors are designing new micro-credentials, and they say, well, because it's, for instance, part already of a bachelor or master program, we do not have to add an additional layer for quality assurance of micro-credentials. And we agree that we don't have to add an additional layer, but we have to assure that also the ESG part 1 are applied to the micro-credentials. For instance, you have to have some kind of, you have to know what the learning outcomes are. You have to check also for this micro-credential if the learning outcomes are achieved. And of course, also the micro-credential has to be student-centered. And of course, you have to involve graduates and the professional field to see what the relevance, the added value of your micro-credential is. So these things have to be taken into account by the institutions who do this internal quality assurance. Of course, we think it's best decided also by the institutions together with the quality assurance agencies and the governments how they will implement the system in the country. But I think also the quality assurance agencies can play here some kind of facilitating role, meaning that they can provide good practices that they see all around of Europe regarding to micro-credentials. And here I want to refer to a wonderful project, the Microball project, which is already running for almost 2 years, which will come to an end and will hopefully be continued in the near future. But here, quality assurance agencies, along with the governments, have been reflecting for 2 years on micro-credentials. And a lot of good practices come out from this project. And I think also our members, the quality assurance agencies, has to discuss them with themselves, amongst themselves, and then provide this information to the higher education institutions. So I'm not saying that they have to become consultants of higher education, of particular higher education institutions, but they have to inform the higher education institutions which they are going to evaluate later on. But they have to give time also to the higher education institutions to experiment with those micro-credentials. We cannot expect right now that there is a perfect system of quality assurance already in place, but we as quality assurance agencies can help them. We can also help the national governments in reflecting how they can implement a system for quality assurance. From our perspective as ENQA, we are now we're having now a working group on micro-credentials, and within this working group, we are now discussing. In fact, we are mapping the good practices that already exist in different countries, and on top of that, we're also looking at European standards and guidelines. We are convinced that the European standards and guidelines are also valid for the micro-credentials, but we have to transfer them sometimes. And what our aim is in this working group is also to provide a handbook both for those institutions under evaluation, so a handbook for quality assurance agencies, but also with tips and tricks for higher education institutions on how to implement quality assurance for micro-credentials. So I think for higher education institutions that are subject to institutional review, there is no problem. It becomes a little bit harder for those systems where there is only program evaluation in place, because we think in an ideal situation, we look at the provider, not at all different micro-credentials themselves. But a possible solution can be that when a panel is evaluating a program, that along with evaluating this program, they also evaluate this micro-credential. Or that in a national system, there will be some audit system organized to just award from the quality assurance agency to that institution to award them to provide micro-credentials. These are just ideas, and these ideas have to be discussed with all stakeholders. Of course, not only within ENQA, but with all stakeholders in the European higher education area. Then, of course, there are also those other providers of quality of micro-credentials, and here it becomes a little bit more tricky. But as said in the introduction, most of the providers are higher education institutions. But even then, if you look at the ESG Part 1, we think that we have to look at a way together with those other providers, and which I do not mean only ENQA, I mean all stakeholders have to look together in which way we also can implement the ESG in the systems for those other providers, because it's a bit tricky if we are going to work with all different kinds and sets of quality assurance tools to award certificates to a provider for micro-credentials. So here is also some kind of pitfall. In fact, to end, I want to say I do not see for higher education institutions that many pitfalls. But I think it's very important that also in this debate on micro-credentials, that we realize that we have already been taking many steps forwards, giant steps, but we have to avoid that we now start running rashly, in fact, to do a lot more by, for instance, putting everything into boxes and already make firm decisions on those things we still have to reflect on. I'm not saying that we have to lean backwards, but I'm saying that we have to take giant steps, but we have to prevent that we create too much administrative burden on top of what we are doing. And I think the best way to prevent this is that all of us, the higher education institutions, quality assurance agencies, the Commission, but also the other stakeholders keep on discussing this topic and share as much as possible the good practices that already exist. And I'm sure looking at this microball project, there are already a lot of good practices in many countries, and we can learn from them and then in fact put them into practice in each of the countries based on the specificities of the quality assurance system in that particular country.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for these very insightful comments. And what I pick up from your intervention are several very important points. So you insist that micro-credentials should remain a flexible instrument, right? So it should not be over-regularized, and institutions still have to have freedom and space to use them and to experiment with them for various purposes, right? So experimentation is also another key word that comes out very strongly from your speech. So we need some time and also room for testing new models, right? I'm also very happy to hear that there are not that many pitfalls for the higher education sector. You've mentioned the issue of institutional versus program-based accreditation. We know that the progress across Europe is uneven, so there are still countries that follow program-based accreditation. There are even countries that apply mixed approach, so which makes it quite difficult. But as you're rightly saying, the peer learning and exchange within this broader ecosystem that the Commission is also trying to support is crucial, actually, to address this question.
Just add that I don't want to disappoint, in fact, the participants because now some of you may think there are no challenges in creating quality assurance for micro-credentials. There are a lot of challenges, but these challenges are not that much different from the challenges, for instance, in terms of international recognition from the bachelor and the master programs. So the challenges for those amongst the participants who are international officers of higher education institutions, there are challenges, but there are more or less the same challenges as in other programs.
Yeah, and this is very good to know, right? So we can already rely on the existing instruments within the Bologna, so lots of different useful mechanisms developed to tackle these issues. And it's great to hear that micro-credentials, they fall under these broader frameworks.
Do you know, one of our hopes is that maybe based on this discussion on micro-credentials and the fact that that institutions, agencies, and national governments are facing these problems, these challenges with micro-credentials, maybe this can also help to tackle those challenges for the other programs. And in that way, we can have maybe again a giant step forward when it comes to the Bologna process.
Yeah, let's hope so. I would like now to invite both speakers to think a little bit about how we can use micro-credentials in the mobility context, right? So we said this is an agile instrument that could be used for different purposes. We hear a lot about its potential use in the inclusion context, but I would really like to talk about the mobility angle. And before I actually ask you to a couple of questions on this topic, I would also like to measure the temperature in our online audience and to run a very short poll asking our participants the following question. So you should now see in a couple of seconds our poll. And the question for the poll would be the following. Do you consider using micro-credentials for programs with mobility? Yes, we're already doing that. Yes, we would be very interested, but we lack knowledge on that. And we're not yet interested or any other option. So, and while our online audience is reflecting on this question, I would like to ask Jan Mael a question about the suitability of micro-credentials for mobility in general. And maybe you can also reflect on some new mobility formats, particularly have blended mobility in mind, and how complementary, how could they support mobility from your perspective?
Yeah, thank you. I think the key words you said earlier are experimentation and flexibility. So micro-credentials allow for a wide range of use, and some of them are to support mobility. And I think they can support different types of mobility depending on how they are conceived, designed, issued. If we think of a micro-credential or micro-credentials being part of larger programs, part of a master or part of a bachelor degree, we can very well imagine several universities developing together an offer of micro-credentials that is part of their curricula and allow students to take during the course of their studies micro-credentials from one or the other universities. Of course, that how this is to be decided by the universities themselves, but we can very well imagine that this could be a new type of mobility, a very short type of mobility that could be either virtual, either embedded, either even physical. If we think about micro-credentials as standalone formats of learning, there again, we can very well imagine that since micro-credentials indeed are very often delivered online, if they are offered as standalone learning opportunity, people from anywhere could actually register to take it, to learn something and get this experience recognized as a micro-credential. And this would allow people who are not traditional students to also, in a way, do a learning mobility somewhere in Europe. We can think, when we talk about mobility, we can also think about the use of micro-credential to support the recognition of the learning outcomes acquired during a mobility. And here I could mention the Erasmus Plus Blended Intensive Mobility Program, for example. That is a good example of programs that could lead to the award of micro-credentials, provided that the learning outcomes have been assessed, of course. But we can also think about social mobility, and this is about inclusion as well. Micro-credentials can help people who are usually left out of the higher education system because their life didn't allow for it, to still get into it, learn something, eventually build on it toward a future degree or not, depending on how it is designed. And this way it can support the social mobility of the people by enabling them to build some knowledge. And then we can, of course, think about mobility between fields and discipline, because micro-credentials are so flexible, especially when they are designed to test new fields and interests for the students or even the pupils before they go to university. Here, we can see it as a powerful tool for testing a bit a field or a discipline, contribute to reduce dropout rates, because the student in first year of university suddenly realize this is not what they had in mind when they registered in university. Maybe if they had tested this field before, they would have known and chosen something else. So these are completely out of my imagination examples, but I think there are only a few parcel of everything we can think of when we think about mobility and micro-credentials.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate your very broad look at the mobility. You know, so you have talked about learning mobility, but you also talked about social mobility and even interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary mobility, right? So we can indeed see a huge potential for this instrument. I would like to turn to you now, Patrick, and ask you what you think about the uptake of micro-credentials in the mobility context. And again, what could be any concerns or maybe opportunities from your perspective?
Maybe I'm too positive, but here again, I think there are more opportunities, positive opportunities than challenges. Of course, there will be challenges. I'm going to give an example. We all know now the European universities, and within the European universities, there is a lot of reflection going on what kind of programs they can design together. And I think micro-credential itself can give a big opportunity for even for staff to create together over the countries a micro credential. So I think this can be very interesting. Of course, how do you assure the quality of this micro credential? Who is in charge of assuring this quality? This is a very interesting debate, and this is, of course, still something challenging. But until a couple of months, there was a 2-year project running, the UNIC project, which was looking at the quality assurance of the European universities. In this project, we discovered that it was in fact way too early to start a real evaluation of those European universities. But we discovered that there is a big potential and so many different ways in working together. And I think that we have to give again this time to European universities and others to see what possibilities there are to make sure that there is both student mobility, the teaching mobility, both physical mobility and other forms of blended mobility. And here there are again those questions on how to deal with the quality assurance when it's organized by different institutions. But in case these institutions are recognized providers of micro credentials, I'm sure that solutions will come up. It's not up to us as ENQA, or also not for the European Commission or other stakeholder organizations to give here the answer. This is something we have to experiment to discover together as the stakeholders. I think this is currently one of the examples where the challenges we will face in the upcoming time will be will in fact come into solutions when all the different stakeholders talk together and share expertise. And I think, therefore, it's important that we together and not next to each other start to create more fora where we can discuss this, and platforms where we can share those good practices.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for this comment as well. We can see that indeed in the current higher education landscape, many things are interconnected, right? You have mentioned the unique project that is looking at the European University Alliances, and we can see now how, as part of this project, we can also address micro-credentials. So it's extremely interesting. Your call for peer learning, right, and for an exchange and dialogue is also extremely important. So we understand and we know that there is lack of awareness sometimes among the sector about the micro credentials, and there's also sometimes also lack of understanding and about what they are, right? So now, as Jan-Mael explained, there is a definition, there are some standards, and now with this pathway forward, we hopefully can actually continue this dialogue and continue to discuss this topic in various contexts. To maybe still have one final question to wrap up this super interesting discussion, I would like to ask you about the potential of micro credentials for staff mobility. So we know that micro credentials can support lifelong learning and career progression, and we know that sometimes staff, and particularly administrative staff, is not that keen on going to mobility, because very often the outcomes are not properly recognized, and then there are some other barriers. So I'm wondering whether that could be also another route to exploit the use of micro credentials to support lifelong learning in the university context, in the university institutional development context. So perhaps some very brief reflections on this from your side. I'd start with you, Patrick.
Well, from my side, the answer is yes. Looking at Flanders, where we see that a learning network of educational developers, when they were thinking about micro-credentials, they were already thinking about maybe in our network, all institutions in Flanders already share knowledge, and maybe one day we can make one or more micro credentials out of this. So yes, I think this is a very good idea. They are thinking on doing this now on the level of Flanders, but what a good idea it would be to do this on a European level, for instance, within the European universities, or even broader. So yes. And for instance, there was last year also a staff mobility program for members of quality assurance agencies, which was supported by European Commission. And this was very successful. And I think a similar program for educational developers and institutions would be warmly welcomed by them, of course.
Thanks. Jan-Mael, what do you think? Can we also use individual learning accounts for that purpose? Because they come together now with to support micro-credentials. What do you think?
Yes, indeed. I mean, I fully support the enthusiasm for using micro credentials for staff development, and it's no hazard that the proposal first mentions that member states should use micro credentials to support the development of the staff and for employability purposes, and that the proposal was put forward by the Commission the same day as a proposal on individual learning accounts that can be a very powerful tool at the service of recognition of micro-credentials and for professional development, yes.
We are approaching the end of this session. I would really like to thank you for joining this very exciting debate, both physically and online. And I'm really looking forward to continuing this discussion within a broader ecosystem of micro-credentials and various stakeholders involved in taking this topic forward. Thank you very much. We will now take a couple of seconds to transit to the final part of our program, a subsession dedicated to the European degree and legal statute, and we will be back to you very shortly. We continue now with this last session in our program, and we have two exciting topics to discuss today, and that's the European degree and the legal statute. So there have been already quite a lot said about these two topics in yesterday and also a little bit today. So we know that these are the two flagship initiatives proposed by the Commission as part of the European Strategy for European Universities, and also the addressed in the Commission's proposal for a Council recommendation on removing building bridges for effective transnational collaboration. So what have we heard already? I can perhaps very quickly recap, right? So the joint European degree is actually proposed at the moment by the Commission as a way to recognize learning outcomes that are achieved through transnational cooperation among several institutions. We understand that this is some sort of a label or a complementary certificate that comes on top of a degree, but we will discuss it a little bit further. We also understand that a legal statute for alliances of higher education institutions is brought in relation to the European degree, but also as a way to facilitate deeper integration between institutions and in practical senses to help them to pool resources, activities, and data, and eventually maybe also what a European degree in the future. In any case, there are very many questions related to the feasibility and implementation and uptake of these two tools by the sector, now based on the vision proposed by the Commission. We won't be able to address all technicalities today, but we can still discuss the issues of value and feasibility for these instruments. And I'm very happy to have two extremely experienced and renowned speakers in my session today. I have Annalena Kleis-Kolik joining us physically today. Thank you very much, Annalena, for being with us. Annalena is a policy coordinator at the European Universities Association, where she is monitoring the EU policy agenda for upcoming topics and also coordinating the work on cross-cutting issues that link policy and practice. At the moment, Annalena is focusing a lot on the European strategy for universities and the European Universities Initiative. Annalena also worked for the higher education unit of the European Commission's Director General for Education and Culture. I'm also very happy to have Romice Yuko with us, who is joining us online. Hello, good afternoon, Romica. Very happy to have you with us for this very final debate. Romica is the president of the Board of Trustees at the University of Bucharest, and he is also professor of higher education at the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences. Romica is also chairing the European degree subgroup for EU network, and this is the network that brings together European universities alliances from the first call. So I'm very much looking forward to discussing with you these topics today. And let's maybe start with some general and very first reflections based on what we know from the higher education package, based on what we heard yesterday from Sophia and Vanessa. So, Annalena, what do you think about the practical value and feasibility of these two instruments proposed by the Commission from the perspective of EUA, considering that you represent a very broad variety of institutions, right? So that these are the universities of different size and type, with different types of capacities and ambitions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Veronica. Many thanks as well to ACCA for inviting me today to present you a little bit EUA's view. And I would very much say these are first impressions, because what the Commission now put on the table is still very fresh. Because of course we knew it was coming from the education area communication already in autumn 2020, but now we have just a few more details. Really, I wouldn't even call it proposals yet. It's really just the steps or the pathway in the case of the European degree that the Commission is laying out with the European strategy for universities, and also the related proposal for a council recommendation. So what I will be saying now is actually really first asking some questions as well that I think are important when it comes to the sort of added value that these instruments can have for the wider university sector, the alliances, but as well, of course, beyond that. Because there are still many discussions that are needed with regard to the implementation of these instruments, because as we know, the devil is quite often in the detail for these things. So first of all, I would like to say that we as EUA welcome very much the strategy as such, and also the proposal for the council recommendation, and also that it has really the transnational collaboration at its center, because this is where the EU added value lies as well very much for the sector, and where we think that this strategy and the council proposal can give new momentum to the discussion, because we know that even after more than 2 decades of Bologna process, there are still obstacles with regard to transnational university collaboration. And they are often around issues with joint programs, joint degrees, at least on the education side. So that is as such a very good thing that these new proposals actually feed into this debate. And when we now look a bit more at the European degree and what the Commission proposes there, I would ask the first question, what it really is. Veronica, you said already, summed up what Vanessa and Sophia Eriksson said yesterday. It is a little bit clearer now than it was during the discussions with stakeholders over the last year. So the Commission doesn't seem to propose a European degree accredited at European level, because that's something also the EU competences would hardly allow. But we're talking about joint degrees still accredited at national level. So then the second question is, to what extent is that actually different from what we already have? Because what is there, at least, well, we know that there are joint programs, joint degrees that exist, for instance, under Erasmus Mundus, but also in other contexts for many years. And there are still many challenges linked to the sustainable implementation of those. The other question is then, how can that European degree, if it comes, really help to overcome some of the challenges that universities still face when setting up these programs? And there, I just would like to mention some of the challenges that we know of, and they range really from, you know, differences in the ability of institutions to select students, differences in tuition fees and grading systems, differences or restrictions with regard to accreditation of interdisciplinary programs or the use of foreign languages in study programs, or also the implementation, typically again, of Bologna tools like the ECTS, for instance. So what we can see here is really that this highlights again, the discussions we have in the Bologna process for quite a while, that really implementation is still fragmented, and we would need to overcome this first. So how can a sort of a new instrument, a European degree, help with that? That is the question still, because member states really need to act and sort of, yeah, work towards more flexible legal and regulatory systems in that regard. And a European degree wouldn't replace that really, but it can, of course, give new momentum to the discussion with member states. And the fact that there is now this proposal for a council recommendation will create a debate with member states in the Council of the EU, and education ministers will discuss that again. So that as such is a good thing. The second part that you also mentioned in your introduction is an EU label that would sort of, as we understand it, at least for the moment, come in addition to that. So it's not really a degree, but it's an EU label that sort of comes on top of that, as I understand it from what was said so far. And that, of course, can be interesting if you want to make a program recognizable as European. It can have a value maybe for institutions, for students in this regard. But we may also have some cultural differences or different opinions across universities and in different countries on the added value of that, or whether they would rather sort of prefer to stay with a national labels or programs that they know in this regard. So this is still really an open question, and of course also the criteria with regard to which this label would be awarded, but maybe that's something we come to a little later. So far, the first impressions on the degree. I think the legal statute is actually a little bit similar in this regard. The key question is, can a European legal statute help to overcome some of the challenges that universities are facing in their transnational collaboration? And there we know also from the alliances under the European Universities Initiative that some of them have set up or created legal personalities under national law. But of course, it depends very much on the specific project they have, how far they really want to integrate, and also on the constellation of institutions and countries and national legal systems involved, whether that is actually possible to do that. So there, with regard to the question, what could be the added value for universities in having something like this? It depends very much on the scope of such a legal statute and what it would allow for. The Commission said that the aim is to really facilitate, for instance, application for funding. That is something that I think is indeed would be in the interest of many universities, of course, to have that. There is a question about whether it could facilitate joint recruitment of research and teaching staff. That's something that is extremely ambitious because also of the differences in national social security systems, labor law, and things that are linked to that. So There are still many open questions. We know that there are systems there are instruments that exist already at European level that are not specific to universities, and that's also now where the Commission wants to base its pilot on. It's the European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, an instrument that was actually developed under EU cohesion policy. So under Interreg, in the Interreg program, and it's originally really meant more for cross-border collaboration in border regions. But there is an example of a university transnational collaboration that uses this, and this is OICO, the European campus between the University of Basel in Switzerland, Freiburg in Germany, Haute-Alsace in France, and the Cultural Institute of Technology in the University of Strasbourg. But that is a very specific very deeply integrated collaboration that exists for almost 3 decades already. And they have created this European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation several years ago. So it will be now interesting to see how the Commission in this pilot phase that is proposed will really make this instrument usable for more universities and also other types of collaborations, and then really see together with those that tested how this can be adapted and how this can be useful. And what we think in this regard is important, that this is of course something in the pilot phase where institutions with different sort of collaboration models, be that in the context of the Alliances of the Universities Initiative or also outside of that, can really contribute and test this, because as for any testing, the sample has to be diverse so that you can actually make the outcomes afterwards applicable to the wider higher education sector as well. So these would be my first sort of reflections, more impressions than an actual sort of position yet on all these things, because the discussion has to continue still very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalena, for sharing your impressions. They are very, very valuable, right? So we are all now in the position of thinking how these instruments could be actually useful for the sector. And what I pick up a little bit from your intervention is that in a way, these flagships serve a dual purpose, right? So on the one hand, the idea is to offer some specific concrete instruments to promote European value added on the one hand, but on the other hand, they also used to push for some reforms on which we have been falling short, in the Bologna context. So this is also a big push for policymakers to make legislation a bit more suitable to the current needs. I would now like to turn to Romice, who is joining us online. And Romice, what is interesting for us is your participation and the leadership of the subgroup on the European degree for EU European Universities Alliances. And we know that the flagships have been based on the experience and lessons learned by the European Universities Alliances. Perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about the perspective of the front runners, right? So the institutions that actually thought a lot about these initiatives and maybe also already foresee some specific ways to implement them already now, maybe in the very near future.
Thank you very much, Veronica, for introducing me. I'm also very grateful to ACA for inviting me to share the impression and the good practices already accumulated inside the 4EU subgroup on European degree. And I'm so very happy to share the stage with Annalena. From the perspective of the subgroup, we are coming here on the stage with some certainties, which is more important than a discussion at the political level, because we were working here in this context of designing some categories of joint degrees, joint programs 1 year ago, and we have now collected a lot of experiences, which are more important because we are putting on the agenda some difficulties and some barriers which are just trying to overcome by the efforts of the experts which are involved in this group. And it's very important to underline that we are all member of this subgroup, very much in favor to support. We are strongly support this initiative, but we need also to be very carefully looking to the problem of defining, not in terms of renominating these programs, because more or less we are aware that in Erasmus Mundus we have had some typical experiences from the family of joint degrees, but we are also in the same balance where that only 43% from the universities participating in the Erasmus Mundus creating a real joint master's degree. In this context, we have been very much looking to what the Commission is just proposing from the perspective, and Annalena has focusing the idea on one important or two important conditionalities presented by the Commission. But as part of the subgroup, we are in the same time very much looking to some other conditionalities presented and underlined previously in the communique. One of them could, which is next to deliver at the national level. It's also very important that the European degree should attest the learning outcomes. And here we are valorizing a lot the potential of learning and teaching. And we know the EUA experiences in this field, and the EUA is a pioneer and it's important promoter under the learning and teaching initiative. A very important, a deep reflection on this area, because if you are just changing the political landscape when we are talking about the European degree, we are not fulfilling serious achievements on this line. Only if we are creating some bridges between learning and teaching, between innovative pedagogies and other means which are renovating and restructuring the perspective, we could also wait to new perspective on this area. I'm not referring to the common set of criteria. I'm sure that in this moment, a lot of people are reflecting on what kind of body will be designated to ensure the reliability and the consistently analysis of this perspective. But of course, we as a subgroup, we could contribute with our expertise. Which is also important is that this certification, this label, will be issued as a complementary certificate to the qualifications. And questions and important, I'm trying to following Annalena's modality to add a question to some issues which are on the stage. Is there any joint program would qualify? That's a problem for us, because we know that in this moment in the European area, it's circulating different type of multiple degrees, and we are have to be graduated only over a joint program, because when talking about multiple degree, double degree, it's completely different than the philosophy which is built on this kind of new European degree. We are aware that transnational cooperation and having a strong commitment that the level of alliances will be important conditionalities as well. And what can I share with you as important news is that at the level of the subgroup, at the level of European alliances, I'm talking now on behalf of the first wave of alliances for EU1. And it's very important to underline that more than 14 alliances from 17 are exploring and already launching this type of joint programs at the level of bachelor, at the level of master studies, and of course, these attempts are coming from the PhD level, which is not very easy. Important expertise we could share as a knowledge for the experts and the policy maker who are just preparing on the stage this process. Another important thing, and I'm going to stop, it's that we are very much in favor of exploiting the values of Bologna process. Me personally and all the people understand how so important to preserve some Bologna tools, which are in this moment very important. ESG, ECTS, mentioned previously by Anna-Lena, and of course, qualifications, European qualifications and national qualifications framework as well. And there are important steps which are guiding the further reflection in this context. Of course, I'm just stopping here, and I will kindly, of course, contribute to the next further reflection on this topic. Thank you very much, Veronica.
Thanks a lot, Rami. It's a very, very interesting insights also coming from the European University Alliances. We know that you are very, very busy experimenting and thinking critically on various possibilities for deeper cooperation. I would like to maybe now focus our debate a little bit on the so-called European criteria, that could be used for the award of such a European degree or certificate or whatever we call it. What could be the most essential criteria? We know the Commission have come up with a couple of ideas. They were also discussed with some of the stakeholders during the feasibility study. But in your opinion, what kind of essential elements should be incorporated by such a degree? And also a question whether these criteria should be rather broad so they could serve the needs of a broader range of partnerships. On the contrary, they should be rather more exclusive and serve, the needs of some specific, unique and more advanced partnerships. And I maybe would like to start with you, Romitsa, this time.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting questions. Looking back to the previous intervention of Jan Mael, a very interesting one. He was challenging us with a reflection on micro-credentials, but we have also raised some similar reflections on how could we use this new type of micro-credentials to become a criteria for structuring an European degree. I'm just giving you an example because a lot of efforts, we are working from 1.5 years back in the history, in the past of this subgroup, and we have very often deal with different challenges. And one of them is related to, and I will put on the light on the discussion, three main important criteria related to this probably new program. One should be transformative and innovative. If you are just changing the name, if you are just renominating a joint degree with a label, probably will not fulfill the interest of having motivated students. And we are looking to the students because they will be the beneficiary at the end of this cycle of promoting and designing a new type. In this context, we are very much in favor of using different type of innovative way, could be based on micro-credentials, but in this case, we are placing or transferring from the modularization perspective. We are very much, and the subgroup, we have explored a lot of scenarios, including ways of modularization, small units of learning, very appreciated by our students, reached with competencies and based on learning outcomes, because we are talking about the learning experiences. In the same context, we are just talking about building blocks or something similar. It's not important terminology in this context. It's important philosophy and the conception of the structure, which is curricular. We need to also to look on what it's expecting to have at the end of this process when we are talking the awarding this type of degree or issuing diplomas and certification. In this context, it's so important to harmonize different experiences at national level for obtaining at the end a process which will be accepted, and of course encouraging progresses from the students' part, from the students of administrative staff of the universities, and of course at the level of the policy recommendations which are coming from national states in this context. But what we like to underline is that we are very much in favor for transforming this type of experiences and creating some places and rooms. An example, embedded mobility. If you are just talking about mobility as a separate way for dealing or achieving specific purposes or outcomes in the European arena, will not obtain specific results. If you are integrating mobility into the curricula, creating some specific embedded period for studies, that could be another important criteria which could be added on the list. But all should be discussed, validated, and of course transform into a policy after a process, a deeper one in this context, dialogue and shared knowledge with the peers acquiring the experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Romy. It's a very interesting feedback again. And I very much like the way how you link to our previous debate on micro-credentials and the importance of modularization and flexible learning that could be reflected under such a European degree. You also mentioned embedded mobility. That could be also one of the essential elements and criteria for such a degree. Thanks a lot for these insights. And I'm now turning to Annalena with the same question. And perhaps you can also comment, on the exclusivity of the criteria, so should they really be encompassing and broad for different types of partnerships, or they should be rather, sort of underlying the uniqueness of certain institutions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would maybe try to continue with what Romita said as a last point, that there is still really a process needed with all the stakeholders, the universities, the Commission, and also the member states in really defining what these criteria could be. I think this is very important because we're really basically, even if you have tested already and we have heard about this different things, we're really still at the starting point. And I would like to go maybe sort of a step back from this question and actually say, if we look at what so far we know from the Commission in terms of what this European degree and the EU label should be, it's still two different things, because the degree is still accredited, awarded at national level. And I think we should be careful of not having on top of this, if we now have the discussion on an EU label, create another set of very complex criteria, or even not talking about standards or something at European level that would come on top of what we need already to have accreditation at national level. So I think that is something which we have to be careful to not create additional bureaucracy for institutions with that, even if, yes, the Commission keeps saying this label is of course voluntary and it's for universities and consortia that are interested in having that. That is very good. So I'm not speaking against it, but I would just say we really in this process should be careful to not add something in terms of also criteria in terms of the content of programs, so something that really go very much into also interfering a little bit with the academic autonomy of the institutions in that regard. That would be sort of my first reflection on this, but I know, of course, that the Commission has already certain ideas in terms of whether it's integrated in sort of mobility in their interdisciplinarity and all of these things. And there, I think we have to come back to the questions that also, no matter what the criteria will be that will be retained at the end, they also have to be feasible for the universities to fulfill. And I think, for instance, interdisciplinarity is something that is often discussed not only in the context of the university alliances there as well, but also more generally, it's something that is a very important topic for universities in the future to help tackling societal challenges. And we still see that there are issues with implementing, developing interdisciplinary programs. So maybe if we sort of turn this into sort of a positive, looking at a positive way of that discussion about the criteria, it could also maybe help of really, again, motivating member states to then work with institutions together on making the regulatory systems more flexible in that regard. And this discussion about the European degree could sort of be another driver for that, but for indeed the broader discussion.
Thank you, Annalena. I really like your point about the fact that the discussion on the European degree could be, again, could provide a good momentum for further reforms, but also at the institutional level, right? So you've mentioned some of the institutions that are probably not ready to fulfill the interdisciplinarity criteria, but having such a certificate, would somehow stimulate them to work towards some of these criteria, which makes the whole debate on these criteria quite important, because these will be the targets for some institutions and their partnerships in terms of where to move, right? So if we say embedded mobility, modularization, student-centered learning, there will be, again, like buzzwords and milestones for institutions themselves, right? I also very much like your point on the autonomy, right? So we should really make sure that this instrument is rather flexible and it does not somehow restrict institutions in the way how they design the partnerships, and also in the way how they deliver also on the goals. Let's maybe spend a couple of minutes in this final session on the legal statute as well, because we mostly talk about the European degree, but we also have this new instrument that could potentially help institutions to pool resources. And you've mentioned, Annalena, in your intervention, some of the instruments that have been developed in the interregional context and that can be used now for the purpose of higher education. Romitza, I would maybe like to ask you, if some of the alliances that you're talking to are exploring this legal statute opportunity, so do they have any concrete plans for the future, so perhaps you can tell us again a little bit the perspective of the front runners on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Veronica. I'm representing here the SAM group, which is in charge with European degree. We have another one which is dedicated especially to the topic of legal entities, or creating some structure of the level of governance. In terms of creating some bridges, I know that our colleagues discussed very often related to the positioning of higher education institutions member of the European alliances to this new ways. I could support this, but we need to have some information. I'm sure that my colleagues could offer significant information on this topic of legal entities and developing new ways for governing our institutions. In terms of leadership, I'm very much, if you are just asking me, I'm very much to support leadership for teaching and learning in our universities and in our alliances as well. We have discussed about the professionalized way for the persons who are in charge with developing and guiding or chairing this process of changing landscape at the level of the curricula, the academic affairs. And I'm sure that we need to have some professionalized way for this type of new roles, which will be required to be played in our institutions. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Annalena. Any final remarks on the legal statute? How fit for purpose is it? So is it interesting to big institutions? Is it interesting to smaller institutions? what could be the pitfalls? Now, the Commission has invited us to think about experimenting. There will be a dedicated call, as we've just heard from the previous panel, on testing these instruments. What is the appetite in the sector for this tool?
You're asking me a very broad question. I think this is something we very much have to see yet in this sort of experimentation phase. And that will have to do as well very much with the scope of this European instrument. What will this legal statute be able to cover in terms of activities? What is mentioned in this few lines in the European strategy for universities and also the proposal for the council recommendation sounds very much indeed linked to some of the challenges that we know that still exist, but it's also very ambitious. The first thing I think that is mentioned that it should help in the sort of with regard to the objective that the Commission has, help institutions applying together for funding. And I think that is something that is, of course, in the interest of many universities. That's something which also this European grouping of territorial cooperation offers as an instrument already. When it comes, as I said before, to other things like joint recruitment of academic staff specifically. So I'm not talking about staff working, for instance, in managing the alliance, which is something maybe different, but really if we talk about a high level of integration where you recruit maybe professors jointly and things like that, that is something that is very complex. And the question is, again, I think how far universities want to integrate, and the answer to that can really only be given by the partnerships and the universities there themselves. So I would again plead for an instrument that is very flexible and that doesn't prescribe. It gives maybe tools that can be tested, but it doesn't prescribe sort of the level of integration that you should go to. Because also, and there I would really talk more about in terms of feasibility as well, what will member states actually be willing to give up in terms of, or to work towards better compatibility, or to give up in terms of their regulatory power in this regard. So it's a question of feasibility, but also a question of what is really useful for the universities to have. And therefore, I think in this experimentation phase, it's really important that we get access for the different models of partnerships. They also governed very differently. The alliances are governed very differently, but also other transnational partnerships have different governance models, and they have to be they have to be sort of taken into account when wanting to work with this type of legal instruments. So it's still very much open, but it's very, very good that we will have now this pilot phase that I understand will be launched by the Commission to indeed have this broader testing.
Thanks a lot, Annalena. Very, very interesting comments. Again, we have come up to the end of our session now, and I can only conclude it very, very quickly to say that there is quite a big work lying ahead of us in terms of testing these various mechanisms and proposed by the Commission, but also discussing, their value and feasibility, also from the cost-benefit perspective. And we as stakeholders represented in this panel, we will support this dialogue and process in order to help universities excel in their missions and apply these new instruments in the most meaningful way. I'd like to thank you, Annalena, and Euromeets for joining us online today and physically. We are very happy to have you with us, and we hope to have you with us for our future events. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to ACA's President Ulrich Grotus for his final reflections on the topics addressed by our event and some closing remarks. Ulrich is joining us online.
Thank you so much, Veronica, for introducing me. This is a flagship event of ACA's activities and has been for many years. And I'm glad that, again, it attracted more than 100 participants from across Europe. I'm very much aware that I'm standing between you and a very late lunch. So we try to be brief. We have again heard a wide range of information from policy and even strategic issues to the very practical questions of program implementation. And I know that most of you have been attracted to this event mainly for the latter and only in part to the former. The heading, fortunately, at this point is closing reflections and not summary, so you will allow me to be somewhat personal and subjective and just stressing some points that I would take away, and everybody will take away, of course, their own points. And I will start with the more practical issues. First keyword is inclusion. Juan Rayon today mentioned how important money is, as important as attitudinal obstacles may be, but how important money is for people to actually be mobile. And that we should also be flexible and in supporting people who need more with more money. And I think the good message is that we learned yesterday that this is already possible. Another takeaway is the enormous echo and interest in blended intensive programs that we saw yesterday. This is, of course, due to the pandemic, but I think it will be an important feature of our cooperation and mobility in the months and years to come. As to the European Universities initiatives, Anne-May Janssen stressed that we are in a pilot phase. And I think that is very important. This is an experimental program. We need to try many ways, some of which may prove to be dead ends, and others will prove to be models. And I think it's very important that we do not settle on prematurely on one model, but try many and see which work best. I think a more critical takeaway I remember were the remarks on the IT support of program implementation, and I understand that many people in national agencies and universities are not too happy about that, to put it diplomatically, and I think something needs to be done on that. A final practical takeaway is the lump sum model in Key Action 2. So I've been working for many, many years in a funding agency myself, and I know how difficult it is for funding agencies to accept that universities themselves know best how to implement a program and a project in concrete ways. And I think it's great news that we now have a lump sum model in these programs as well, even if that, of course, also entails a bit of a risk for institutions to do that. Let me come to the other more strategic and policy-oriented part of this event. So we were talking, particularly at the beginning, a lot about the European strategy for universities. And I think back a year, we were already in that process. We were then talking about a transformation agenda. I think the current European strategy for universities is more focused in scope, perhaps a bit less ambitious, but on the other hand, more concrete and more focused on things that the European Union can do something about, and the Commission can do something about. So it may be more an EU strategy for universities than a European strategy for universities, but that's a good thing. And I think one of the good things, or the main good thing, is that it stresses how important transnational cooperation is for meaningful change in institutions. So in order to achieve our, so to speak, domestic objectives in institutions, we need transnational cooperation, and transnational cooperation will serve that purpose in teaching and research and service as well. And I think that's a very important point to remember. We have seen that this strategy entails 4 pillars and 4 flagship actions. One has to admit that some of the flagships are much bigger than others. If you take on one hand the European Universities Initiative with 1.1 billion euro to be spent over the program period, and on the other hand the European Student Card, much more limited in scope. And if you also think of which was just mentioned in passing, that in the Next Generation Europe initiative, 80 billion euros will be spent in higher education. So that's a very huge flagship and a very huge impact on what actually happens in the field. Such a focused European strategy and EU strategy and Commission strategy is of course not fully responding to the big challenges that individual institutions and member states will have to face in higher education in the years to come. Let me just mention 3. One is the very idea of what higher education means, the educational model. How will we respond to the fact that skills are outdated in ever shorter terms? How will we prepare people to benefit from their education for a lifetime, not only in their professions, but also as private citizens? Will there be a revival of the idea of liberal arts education as we see it already in a number of institutions? So I think that is a question and a challenge that institutions will need to reply to. Institutions will also need to think of their very role as individual institutions, with the virtual education taking a bigger part also in higher education, and probably platform corporations becoming more active in the field. So I think the very role of the individual institution and the individual campus will be a big challenge for strategic reflection in institutions. And finally, and there also the Commission communication gives some answers, but probably not all that we need, is how do we react to the shift in the global landscape of higher education and research, where the dominance of Europe and North America that has characterized most of the 20th century is vanishing, where other actors are becoming more important, like them or not, share their values or not. So we will need to cope with this changing landscape, where Europe still needs to play an important role, but will no longer play the only central role as it did in the 19th and in the beginning of the 20th century. Let me conclude by stressing some points where we see room for development and perhaps also need for development in the implementation of this European strategy. First point is I think we should not focus too much on the European Universities Initiative. I'm personally, and ACA is very much in favor of this initiative. It's a great opportunity, but still we need to keep in mind that most universities will not enter one of those alliances and probably should not do so. And we need to ensure that transnational cooperation beyond the European Universities Initiatives is meaningful, is supported, is encouraged. We need probably a stronger and more detailed emphasis on the global outreach and cooperation of European higher education institutions, not only stressing our competitive position, but also the great opportunities for learning on both sides that global cooperation, particularly with countries in the global south, entails. And let me finally stress that we should not duplicate existing monitoring and evaluation activities, but make better use of those that already exist and the data that already exists. So I leave it at that. Also, my time's up, and so is yours probably. So I think this is a great orientation and a great basis for our future joint work on the European, on the national, and on the institutional level. Let me conclude by thanking all of the speakers, particularly those from the Commission, who shared fresh information with us, answered your questions, or most of them at any rate. So great that all those speakers took their time to be with us and share their knowledge and wisdom with us. Let me also thank all the participants who were with us for these 2 days, and in particular those who put questions and ask questions and make our presentations and discussions even more responsive to what actually you in institutions and agencies need. And let me finally thank the organizers in the ACA Secretariat who prepared this seminar and who made sure that it worked smoothly. You did a perfect job. Thank you so much also on behalf of all the participants. And so see you hopefully in person next year again, and have a good weekend. Thanks to all of you.